1, 2. morning to everyone. This is working. The microphones, are they working? Can everyone hear? Okay. Good morning to everyone. Can we please settle down? This is a continuation of the investigative hearing, the national investigative hearing of the South African Human Rights Commission into the 2021 July unrest. We indicated from the outset that we will first have sessions of the hearing in KwaZulu-Natal that we have done, and then have a second part here in Gauteng. And this is then the Gauteng leg of the hearing that is taking place today. Let me just introduce the panel to you again, the hearing panel from the Human Rights Commission. I'm chairing Andre Gaum, then on my left hand, Commissioner Pelile Ntuli, and on my right hand side, Commissioner Chris Nissen. The legal team, or the evidence leading team for today is on the right hand side, your right hand side, Advocate Lloyd Lutz, Advocate Van Heerden in the middle, and Mr. Buang Jones, that all of them are known to you. Before we continue with the evidence of the Minister of Police, Minister Cele, I'd just like to ask Advocate Lutz to indicate to you and to the public the witnesses that will be testifying during the course of this week, those who have confirmed. Advocate Lutz.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the panel as well. We have confirmed, Chairperson, the appearances for tomorrow. We will be continuing with SAPS tomorrow, and we will also be on Wednesday be continuing with the South African Defence Force, and on Thursday we will be having community representatives from Alex and Soweto, and we will also be having some members of some of the taxi associations, and then we will also have on Friday the Minister of Trade and Industry. Those have been confirmed, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, but we will keep the the media and the public informed about developments in that regard. Minister Cele, thank you very much for availing yourself again today. We really appreciate that very much. It is a continuation of your evidence, so I'm just reminding you again that you are still under oath. So, Advocate Lutz, I think you can continue with your questioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one logistical issue for today. To get out of the way, we were scheduled to have lunch at 12. We've requested that to be pushed up to 1 o'clock, and perhaps at an appropriate time we may request a comfort break. We'll just see how it goes, and perhaps either from the panel or ourselves we'll just make that request, given that it's 10 o'clock and we'll go right up until till 1 o'clock. So we may need a comfort break in between, somewhere around 12 or so, 11 or 12. If that's fine.
Yes, that's fine. So we will have our lunch break at 1 o'clock, and we can see about the comfort break, what would be the best appropriate time.
Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Minister Cele, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd just like to perhaps just take you back a little bit. As you will recall, the last time you gave your oral testimony, it was the 3rd of December. And during that time, you had given your opening statement, wherein you highlighted a number of things. And of course, we did also have your statement that I believe that we had started to sort of look at that statement. And I will be taking you through that statement this morning. But as a way of perhaps maybe beginning, I just wanted to reflect specifically where we left off. And perhaps that may be a good way of starting this morning. Where we left off, Minister, we were discussing the issue of, I think you were clarifying your role as a minister within the South African Police Services. And perhaps maybe that could be my very first question to you is, could you maybe again just highlight for us, and I'm going to take you to, and if we need to go to that specific part of your affidavit, we'll go to it. But just generally, if you could just highlight your role as a minister within the South African Police Services. Very, very briefly.
No, thanks, Dr. Kate. As you say, the role is legislated, is prescribed, is there, starting with the Constitution, but it will be also on the South African Police Act. The Constitution puts the responsibility of policy development on the minister, and also the direction of the organization. The Constitution says you develop policy and direct the organization, but you work with the National Commissioner vis-a-vis the management, but also with the communities. The question of communities is emphasized on the Constitution of the South African Police. Well, at the different level, others will be the management, others will be the minister, and to oversee. But there is nowhere Constitution or the law says if you think things are going wayward, keep quiet, because you are still responsible as an executing authority. That you need to look at those things that are done in a proper way, individually and collectively. So the role will be that it happens, and sitting down and giving those direction that it happens. There will be few directions that the organization grows, while somebody will be responsible for the OT, but you must look to it that it grows. You must look to it that budget works properly. Minister reads the budget, so you must look after the budget and listen now and again if it's taking the correct direction. But also, Minister must broaden the work of policing as a cluster. As you know, that we have a cluster called JCPS cluster, broaden it with other segment of justice and criminal justice system, your prosecution, your justice, your correctional service, and defense. So those are the things. It will be a management core below what is called the Ministerial JCPS cluster, which happens to be chaired at the present moment, co-chaired by Defense and the Police, so that they come together to look at things, to listen, take reports, and all that kind of thing. As I've said, individually and collectively. Basically, that would be the ministerial task rather than a day-to-day issues that this happens today, that happen tomorrow.
No, thank you, Minister. Indeed, you did say that the specific role that you have is also covered within, you did cover it in your affidavit. I think it's specifically provided for in paragraph 13. We're going to come to your affidavit in a second. One of the aspects, and I think one will take you to some of the comments that you made, but one of the aspects which are highlighted there is that the minister's role, in fact, if I was to quote it, it says his role or his roles are not an operational role. And I know that you mentioned that you do give some direction. And I asked this question specifically in relation to, and perhaps you could maybe have a comment on this, specifically in relation to any operations that the minister would get or participate in. I'm just trying to get some clarity in as far as what that directive or directional role that the minister would play. If you have a comment on that.
Operation. When police have operations, sometimes I'm physically there and absolutely not leading those operations, visiting and not telling police what to do in terms of operations. But I would speak to the management, especially it will have to be the National Commissioner, maybe with his top management, since she is his at the present moment, to say we've got a growing crime of drugs in a certain particular area. Let me try to be practical now. We have just released crime stats, and crime stats tell us that the serious crime has shifted to KZN. Which it has been Western Cape all the time. Things like the mass killing would find them in Western Cape and all that. And we'll sit down and we'll say, can we boost up Western Cape? And indeed, a lot of resources have been put in Western Cape in many ways. You see the crime moving and leaving Western Cape to KZN. Most of the mass killings now, they happen in KZN. So you sit down and you say with the management, what we have done in Western Cape is working. Why can't we do it in KZN? Another practical situation. There was a time, 2017-18, where almost every week a councillor was killed in KZN, until President went down there in Pietermaritzburg and said, not on my name, and instructed the security cluster to work on the matter. Indeed, you sit down with the management, with the commissioner, and there was an interministerial committee there dealing with that, which is still there today. But we can't go there and we say we're chasing, where are these people that are killing people there? We will talk to the management, and they put in direction of dealing with the matter of killings. That's why in KZN there will be what is called today is a political killing task team, which commissioner and his management would have formed, but under the direction and sitting down to say we need to deal with these political killings, and the commissioner will have to find and then run with that day-to-day arrest, resourcing, putting people and all that, and getting reports as a minister direct, but also as an IMC chairperson. So it's something that you sit down, you allow it to roll, it rolls, but you stay close to hear what's going on about it to see that it's happening in a correct way.
Thanks for the clarification, Minister. So if someone said that, Minister, you are operational, would they be incorrect? Maybe as I end on that part, so that we can move to other aspects.
No, you wouldn't be correct. Fortunately, I did have an opportunity to be operational when I was a national commissioner. So I know exactly what to be operational, how to direct things, how to instruct. At this level, if there is any form of instruction, it will be on the level of the commissioner rather than the station, rather than the rest of the management. Definitely, if you say I'm operational now, I would say that's not very correct. But directing and overseeing, yes, I would time and again to see that things are going that way and directing it that way.
Okay, no, thank you, Minister. Perhaps I'd just like to maybe pause on one aspect for a second, and just bear with me because I'm still coming to your statement. But when we communicated with your office, and I believe you saw this as well, we shared our terms of reference of this hearing that we are having. And part of the terms of reference, we cover the scope of this national hearing or national investigative hearing. And it's actually provided, if I just read quickly, section 3 of the terms of reference. I'm not sure if you have them in front of you, but if you don't, it's fine, because it's just one aspect that I want to focus on for now. And 3.1 goes as follows: the panel will inquire into making findings, report on, and make recommendations and or directives concerning the following broad and overarching issues for investigation. And the one that I want to focus on for a second is 3.3.1, which reads as follows: the causes of the July unrest, with particular focus on Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. You recall that, okay? Now, part of the reason why we're here, and of course, we, as you're aware, we have, in the first leg of the hearing, went through a wide range of testimony from members of the public and other ministers and government officials in different ministries and within the provinces as well. And it's quite an important aspect of the terms, because it's one of the questions that we're going to have to try and get to the bottom of. And this is what we are here as the evidence team trying to assist the panel to, and I guess yourself as well, and that's part of the reason why you're here, Minister. Is there any comment that you have, broadly or specifically, on what would be, in terms of the information that you had then? When I say then, I mean around the July period, whether prior to the unrest of July or post, or even up to now. Is there any information that you have that can assist us in answering that particular issue as to what were the causes in your estimation, in your understanding, in your knowledge of the July unrest with particular focus on KZN and Gauteng?
Well, I would not have an authority to say these are the causes. But was I there as things were developing? Yes. So I can look at the matters as they come. I said the other day, dark clouds were gathering. You could see it coming. The province of, maybe one will repeat some other things that you said. The province, especially of KZN, was for some time having this political sick climate. Will be the question of the former president, Msholozi, and the things happening around for some time. And as I would say, that the dark clouds were gathering. You could see it going, and quite several people would have tried to stop it if they could. Things that, though we were not sure, but we were suspecting that one day it might be serious. I'm one of those people that did avail myself to go and speak to the old man. It's famous that Cele is having tea in Ghana. So it was part of seeing if things can be stopped before they reach the breaking point, because you could see that they were going there. But when the Constitutional Court took decision that he's going to be incarcerated, that was clear. I think it just grew faster to see that the things are taking the wayward direction, including what would have been some mini rally in front of the House. I think that would be the 4th July, leading on the 7th, when was supposed to have gone, because the judge had said he will have to surrender himself. I can't remember the days, or 7 days, or whatever days. If not, National Commissioner and the police minister will have to make sure that arrest. Heaven help us all. I don't know why the judge made me an arresting officer, but it has been the judge said that I must bring him, which means I was an arresting officer according to the judge. Indeed, the seventh came as a date. One did give the account what happened at about 11:15 that night. Honorable former President Zuma moved to the incarceration center in Mjez, it's called. But if we were there, you were around all those things, you could see that was a beginning of it. It was not end. Something was still coming. Maybe one was fortunate to be practical in the province in that particular time. That would be the 9th. I guess when there was a group of police that was sent from other provinces to monitor and police his movement from Ganja to Escort. And one went to speak to them to thank them for the job that they have done. But also, with the policing deputy national commissioner, I said, it doesn't look like this police, they need to move away from the province because it does look like things are going to be tough. That morning, because that meeting was going to be at Mpangeni, that morning, one of the busiest road, which is John Ross, between Mpangeni and the Richards Bay, was blocked. There were trucks that their keys were taken by some people and they were left in the middle of the road. And I think a number of them, they were arrested, if I'm not mistaken, between 11 and 13 that morning. But as you were there, you would hear that something had started at KwaZulu-Natal and all that. So clearly, there was something coming, but the arrest of the former president was one, I want to say, was one of those things that ignited what you saw happening there. Maybe one other thing that we've spoken about that we can further speak about were the preparations of that, because without any form of formal information, maybe intelligence, it was clear that something was coming. So preparations then would have helped that to work on those preparations, so to mitigate against what would have been expected to happen.
Okay. If I understood you well, I think the second part, you are saying that apart just from what happened around the former president, the lack of preparedness on the part of SAPS and the lack of relevant intelligence information that could have been acted on. Did I understand you well? That if that information lacked or was not available, then it probably was part of the cause. Did I understand you well, Minister?
I'm simply saying it was clear that something was going to happen. Information, when it comes to intelligence, I don't know other people in other structures, but personally, I don't remember any form of intelligence information coming to me. But in preparation, I would argue that in preparation would have been better. For the fact that I made a personal request to the head of policing to keep those police that were down there, that was an indication that something was suspected to come, that was going to come. And it would then help that there was a build-up on that understanding with what had happened. Not just necessarily on the day, even on the 4th, when scores of people were going to Nkandla, scores of cars were driven, blocking the roads. I remember Provincial Commissioner of KZN physically on the street trying to negotiate those. So it did not just come boom. There was a build-up going towards that.
And no, thanks for clarifying that. Perhaps, but also just for further clarity, you said something interesting. You said it was clear. Could you qualify that? What in your mind made it clear that something was going to happen? Just if you focus on that for a second, because I think you said it was clear. Was it clear because of information that you were given? Was it clear because of what you saw? And you did say that you were on the ground as well. It may be a combination of things, and maybe if you could just clarify that aspect so that we don't misunderstand you. Thanks.
No, it was clear because of the build-up, things that were happening, especially starting on the 4th, when there was a mini rally there. But also, I'm not a social media guru. Actually, I'm absent. But there are people that help me now and again to see things. But also, the social media, you were told that things were happening there. There were literally calls. I was briefed by some people that would not be necessarily on the structures of recognized intelligence structures. When I was briefed, I tried to confirm. There were names there that were very, very active on the social media, making real calls. Sometimes you'll see these things. I remember one time there was one voice that was calling names of the ministers. I think in Mkhunu were some of them to say, if we don't find them, we know where their wives and their kids are. And I was worried to say, I wanted this capacity of us. Can you trace those things, literally trace them, where they come from, where they originate? And I was told that we were not very equipped to be able to do those things. But you have a person who's calling for the blood in the head of the president and the ministers, and you can't trace those things. So really, it from several corners, it was coming up. And as a person that you have been around, you see that clear something is going to happen. Could somebody work on it to stop it? But something is going to happen.
Okay, no, thanks, Minister. We're going to come back to that. I think thanks for raising it again, specifically with regards to the role of law enforcement generally, and perhaps the role of crime intelligence specifically, with regards to looking at those types of mediums where, as we know, a lot of people are now using social media and the different platforms for all sorts of reasons, and we've seen what implications that could actually have, as we've seen in other parts of the world as well. But we'll come back to that. I'm really just wanting us to perhaps focus on what I prefaced, because what I prefaced with regards to the causes, I'd like to link this to what you provided in your affidavit, and perhaps if we could just go to your affidavit now. Commissioners, in fact, the panel chairperson, we had marked the minister's affidavit as an exhibit, and for the life of me, I couldn't recall what exhibit it was. I may be mistaken, but I just thought that I'll perhaps check with the chair. And if it wasn't marked, we could mark it so that we ensure that it is correctly marked as an exhibit, if that's appropriate, Chair.
Yes, no, we can do so. It would have helped if this file would have been paginated, but where exactly is it in the file?
It should be.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay, so what exhibit would that then be by now? Advocate Lotz?
I believe it should be marked as Exhibit C. That's the record that I have, Chairperson.
Okay, let's mark it as Exhibit C.
Thank you. Minister, could we just go to paragraph 11? And you're going to bear with me, Minister, because I'm going to take you through some of the paragraphs. My colleagues as well, perhaps as they assist later, they may very well do the same. But I'll do my best to take you through some of the key issues that we need just clarity on. And I say this specifically because you had already given an opening statement and in the last sitting. So we should really not spend too much time, because I think some of the issues you had clarified, there may be a few that perhaps just require further clarity, if that's okay. And I'll just read and maybe then link this to another paragraph further in your affidavit. Paragraph 11 reads, pertaining to the violence mainly in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng for the period leading up to the outbreak thereof, and from the time that the violence broke out to the time it was brought under control, the Minister did not receive any intelligence report from the National Commissioner or the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence of SAPS. That's what you provided.
That is so.
And of course you do provide some comments later on, and perhaps we could go to your comments. Starting at paragraph 16. And perhaps towards the end of paragraph paragraph 16. You emphasize there as well to say that the Minister did not receive any intelligence report from the National Commissioner or the Divisional Head. Now, perhaps a question from us is, was there any other intelligence that you received apart from that which you indicate that you did not receive from within SAPS? Specifically, was there any intelligence that you received?
Chairperson, there would be 3 legislated intelligence. That would be your defense.
Or you could just pull the mic closer to you if that's possible. Yeah.
There will be 3.
Sorry, Minister. Just one second. Is it okay? The volume. Oh, okay. Just a request, if possible. The technical guys, if you could just perhaps try and increase the volume. I know there was a bit of an echo, and perhaps you are trying to manage that as well. That will just help, right? Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay. No, thanks. So, Minister, just bring it as close as you can. I think it's fine now because I heard you. Yes, we can proceed.
There will be 3 kinds of intelligences. That would be your defense, your crime intelligence falling under police, and the state security, that is as state security for both national issues and international issues. There is no intelligence that was received by me from those structures. But I would have received something that I will think is information or intelligence. Some of it, for instance, the correspondence on the social media, I was quite worried about that, and I tried to verify with the structures if this is real. For instance, there would be names that you realize that these are pseudonyms, not necessarily names of those people that would be corresponding. And then you would request that, can somebody decipher this so that you know if this person is real and who is that person?
Just to interject there, when you say you would need to decipher and so on, are you speaking specifically to that a role being played within the structures within SAPS?
I-
Or you mean personally?
I raised that with the, I raised that at the level of the SSA. If it could be deciphered so that we get the actual names and the activities and who those people were. And unfortunately, that did not happen. So finalizing the answer on your question is that no, there is no formal intelligence report given to me on those authentic and known intelligence structures in the Republic.
Okay, and perhaps so that we're also clear, you highlighted that there was no such intelligence from the structures that are recognized, as you've highlighted those. In fact, when the former Minister of Defense appeared before the hearing, she did also highlight that the intelligence in the military focuses specifically on external and not necessarily internal. I'm not going there, but I'm just trying to understand that and to clarify that when you speak of these so-called structures, yes, you mentioned the military intelligence, but your focus is specifically on state security and crime intelligence within SAPS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, apart from the intelligence that you've just referred to as not having received as such, would this be in relation to the build-up to the unrest specifically, as covered in your comment in the affidavit?
No, even long before that. There was some, I hope I'm correct with the date, December 2020, where there was a movement of the head of the intelligence. Yeah, I think December 2020, there was the removal of the head of the intelligence. I think with 5 other top guys in that intelligence. I'm correct when I say that was the last time I get any form of report from this body when the head of that intelligence was removed. I never again received any form. That will be December 2020.
In fact, Minister, you do cover it in paragraph 17, where you say that you had not received any such since then. Between December 2020 to July, that is what, 7 months? 7 months? 7 full months? What, as the minister, what interventions, if any, did you seek to take, or that you took, or what did you do in terms of, because I'm quite certain if I was the minister, I would be worried by the fact that I'm not getting any intelligence. Like you say, since 2020, we then have the build-up to the July unrest. We have the July unrest. Was there anything, maybe just a quick one on that front? Was there any intervention on your part, or from your office, or from the ministry, to try and seek to get these briefings or reports?
Well, what I would remember is that there was a little bit of a war, rather than the working on the thing. Let's start with the removal of the head of the crime intelligence, the divisional head. I had one morning was phoned by the National Commissioner that he received a report from the IGI. IGI is intelligence, and then he had information of some malfeasance in terms of some issues, PPE and all that. But I said, but Commissioner, I wonder why that report is with you, because as far as I understand is that all reports of the IGI are discussed between the IGI and the Minister of Police.
Sorry, Commissioner, sorry, Minister, for our understanding, what does IGI stand for?
Inspector General of Intelligence. So I expected that if there is such a report, it would have been discussed with me, which is an issue that has been raised time and again with the Joint Standing Committee of the Intelligence, to say it's a problem that when the law is very clear that it needs to be discussed between the IGI and the minister before it goes to other structures, this has not happened. So I requested that if he's going to take any action against the divisional commissioner, can I be given an opportunity to discuss with the IGI the matter first? I think I did that in writing to write to the commissioner to say so. And I don't think that we saw eye to eye there. Instead, the matter seems like I was blocking. It was taken to court, and the court favored the National Commissioner. So the action was taken against the divisional head.
Do you recall the sort of time frame around when exactly was that discussion or request that you made in respect of the IGI report?
Well, I can't remember.
Even
It was
if you
around
just-
December. It was end November, beginning December, towards his suspension.
Okay.
Yeah.
So towards around November, December 2020. Would
Yes.
it be appropriate to frame it as such?
Yes. And then suspended. I think I received the correspondence also from the IGI because I raised it with him to say, but this report was not discussed. So, well, the answer was the matter was operational. So had a right to discuss it direct with the head of operations in the police. So maybe if one was interfering, I would have said no, but I let go, went to court and favored, and that happened. But that correspondence on the division continued because at a certain given point, I was told that there is somebody then acting now as the head of the crime intelligence. Remember, the head and top 5 officials were removed from there, including, I think, people that are dealing with finances and all that. So I was told that a certain general was acting, and what at the level of major generals, which happens to be normal DPSA, that is the chief director, and at the level of a lieutenant general, which happened to be DTG, I concur. Those things are done by the commissioner, but the regulation says I must concur on that one for the removal of that level of those people, and those are regulations that came before me, my predecessor, Minister Mbalula. But my problem on this one, I did not concur with this, with this removal, with this shifting and this acting. I heard it from as it going. Nobody told me that there was a new head acting there. There was some correspondence to say, could this be explained how it happened? I was told a story that I did not understand, and I don't understand it today, that no, he was not acting wholly. He was acting on some sections of the law of acting. And then that was signed by the Deputy National Commissioner, may his soul rest in peace, General Mfazi, who was acting as a National Commissioner when he signed that. Then I took an issue to say you could not just have a, when the laws, regulations say I must concur, and it did not happen. And then I requested then to see things that have been signed. Then when I received a long list of finances that have been signed. In the meantime, somebody was brought to act now as a head, as a divisional head of that, which happens to be General Matagata. I think she's Mkhabuti now. General Mkhabuti was brought there. And then I requested for that to be investigated, what happened and the things signed and all that from the National Commissioner. And I received the letter that General Mkhabuti stroke Matagata has been tasked to investigate what happened, what things that have been signed and all that kind of stuff. And I think a week or two down, I asked Matagata to find out how far has the thing gone. And I was told that he was never instructed, but the letter to me said he's investigating, and but she was never instructed. And indeed, finally, a new person that has just been appointed as a provincial commissioner of Limpopo was tasked to investigate that matter much later, and find that was nothing irregular in the appointment and signing. And I believe that that was not correct. So instead of dealing with these matters of briefings, one was dealing with the matter of this, what will be a little bit irregular in terms of appointment of the head of intelligence as instructed by the regulations, how it happens in that level.
Okay, so in summation, Minister, is it correct for me to say, or rather for there to be an understanding that those internal issues that you've just highlighted were partly or contributed to that lack of you being provided with reports in as far as crime intelligence is concerned?
Well, with all those issues, the provision of the crime intelligence could still have happened. Those things were not stopping the briefing of the crime intelligence. There were people working on the crime intelligence, as I'm saying. This general was acting. A general was brought to be divisional commissioner from Western Cape there. So nothing. I don't think that should have, the briefing should have continued. I'm sure some deliberate decision was just taken not to brief in terms of the crime intelligence.
Okay, and perhaps Minister, if we just go to paragraph 18, I'll try and move a bit faster with regards to, and maybe also, I will also just remind you, and I will try to direct my questions so that there's specific answers. I know that you probably do have a lot to say about some of the issues that I'm raising, but I think we must just try and just focus those answers, and I'll do my best as well. Paragraph 18, Minister reads, more specifically, the Minister did not receive intelligence in the form of a report or a briefing before the violent uprising from the SAPS management and or state security agency. And I'm just reading that in because it's effectively what you are saying in terms of not receiving any of such, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then paragraph 19, it goes on to say, it was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management. Should I just give you time to go there specifically, Minister, or are you there? You are there. Okay, my apologies. It was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management, including the Minister, ahead of the unrest between 9 and 12 July 2021. The office of the Minister and or Minister himself, however, did not receive any such early warning intelligence from SAPS. You still stand by that, correct?
Yes, I stand by that.
No. Okay.
I stand by that because at the later stage, I did hear that, and I did get the document that might have indicated that there was a provision of that information. And that document is here and is signed by the National Commissioner, and it's got a space for the Minister to sign, and that Minister did not sign, which means that document did not then arrive to the Minister.
Minister, which document are you referring to?
I don't think, no, this is a document that tells me, the times, intelligence product mobilization of supporters, former President Zuma, the email titled Unprofessional and Incapable Police Violence and the Crime in South Africa. The request entail providing the extent of intelligence products provided relate. The following intelligence products were produced for the period 21st June 29 to 21st July at a provincial and national level collectively. So this is a document that I received after the violence has happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that document was not annexed to you?
Yeah, it's a document that I received after after I've appeared before you.
So you received that document after the 3rd of December?
After I've appeared, yes.
Which was the 3rd of December 2021.
I guess, yes.
Is the Minister willing to share that document with? I believe from what I discern, as you read, it appeared as though it was an email.
It's written confidential, but I can read the products.
Okay. Chair, perhaps maybe your direction here. The Minister has read the document that he subsequently has received after the 3rd of December, which now, as I posed the question in relation to para 19, appears to corroborate, and this is my estimate, this is just my reading, Minister, appears to corroborate the paragraph 19, when the Minister says he did not receive, in fact, he says in earlier paragraphs he did not receive the intelligence or the briefings, but then in paragraph 19 goes on to say that it was reported that such was provided. And the minister is saying that the document now is indicating that there was such which he did not sign as having received same, and he received this document or this information after the first sitting when he appeared on the 3rd of December. And perhaps having read the document to us, perhaps it's a request that it could assist, unless of course there's other reservations that the minister may prefer.
Yeah, no, I mean, the minister has already read the document into the record, and therefore, and it seems to be very relevant, you know, also to his affidavit and evidence already led in that regard. So I do think that, you know, the minister could just as well make the document then be available to the hearing, if that is fine with the minister.
I would want to take an advice on that, but I don't have a problem reading the document. And the other area that I wouldn't mind to read it here, the document continues to say, the clients of these products include the following: Crime Intelligence Senior Management, National and Provincial, SAPS Senior Management, National and Provincial, National Core Command Group, National Operational Command Center, Provincial Operational Command Center, National Joint Operation and Intelligence Structure, Provincial Joint Operation and Intelligence Structure, National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, and there is no minister on those clients.
Maybe can I just hear, is that the full document that you have read into the record now, Minister?
You suggest I read that document, Chair?
No, I mean, have you read the full document that you have into the record or not yet? Or are there parts of the document that you haven't?
Yeah, that's the end. What I haven't read, Chair, is that at 3, the document said the following intelligence products were produced for the period of 21/6/29 to 21/7/23, provincial and national level collectively. So it then mentioned the products that official tasking were 14, daily situation reports were 101, threat and risk analysis 45, intelligence report 41, early warnings 575, ICC inputs to Net Jones 29, ICC inputs on Prof Jones 147, profiles compiled 182. So those are products that were told by this document that were produced, and those are signed. They have a signature of 3 officers. I think of Mahabuti, who was acting divisional, and then Njinga, who is a deputy national commissioner, and then the commissioner. It's got a space of the minister that is not signed.
Chair, could I make a suggestion? I think also noting the reservations of the minister in terms of sharing the document and seeking advisement, as he has indicated. Perhaps we could indicate, and I've got advisement from my colleagues as well, that perhaps we should receive the document and note that the document will remain classified, as of course it's also allowed in terms of Promotion of Access to Information Act. But perhaps if the minister does need to seek such advisement, we could maybe take a 10-minute break, comfort break at this point, and then return, and of course you can then make a ruling based on whatever submission that the minister may make upon receiving such advisement, and then we could respond as well if there's a need. Thanks.
Yeah, we can do so. my feeling, Minister, is that, you know, I mean, you have read the content of the record, of the document into the record. It is actually public in that sense already, but you can take your advisement. It would, of course, assist to have the document also from the perspective that it appears ex facie, the document, that means from the document, you know, what you're saying in terms of which signatures there are and which are absent, which seems to corroborate your version that you did not, in fact, you know, that you did not, in fact, have crime intelligence of any nature before the unrest. So in that sense, it could also be quite helpful for the Commission in terms of your allegation in your affidavit in that regard. But let's make it, we can continue maybe in 20 minutes at 12:30, and if you can take advice. Otherwise, we can also, I mean, there are different ways in which we can accept documentation, also in a manner that would, you know, only be of assistance then to the Commission as such, and still treat it as a confidential document as such. But I mean, the content has already been read into the record. So let's stand down until 11:30, that you can take advice on that issue, if that is fine with you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
We stand down until 11:30.
really not remembering to receive this document, but it does tell that it was stamped on the 23rd September 2021 in the Minister's office. It has that, but it's prepared on the 9th of the 9th month by whoever developed the document. We are agreed that in confidence we'll hand over the document to the chair, and within the full understanding that document is confidential, but the document reads as we read it. Yes, Chair.
Minister, could you please again just repeat the dates on the document, the date of preparation and the date of stamp by the ministry?
The date is prepared, is signed by the acting divisional commissioner on the 21/09/09. And she comments here that I concur with the report of as provided by the DIVCOM. And then the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection signed it on the 16th of September, and Commissioner signed on the 20th of September.
And
So-
it arrived at the ministry on the 21st.
Yes.
Thank you.
So here is the document. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, maybe just as we conclude on this aspect, as the document is handed over, we can mark it as Exhibit D for your purpose and, of course, for the purpose of the documents that we have. And
Yes.
also just to reiterate,
It's marked Exhibit D.
thank you, Chair. But also just to reiterate that for the purpose of the Minister and also the panel, such document as handed over is protected in terms of Section 59 of the South African Human Rights Commission Act, and of course will remain confidential as provided.
Thanks.
You may continue, Advocate Lotz. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much.
Perhaps just one last issue, perhaps not so much related to this, just to also advise the Minister, as of course he will be, as we understand it, the Minister does act on advisement. He does have legal representatives. Just to highlight that, Minister, you are at liberty to, if there's any explanatory or explanation further to what you deposed, you do have the prerogative to do so if you need to explain anything further post the sitting and post your oral testimony, if there's anything that you need to further explain or clarify, not only that which we dealt with, but any aspect of your testimony. I thought I'll just highlight that.
Yeah, so
For the
so
sake
in
of
other
completeness.
words, you may submit a supplementary affidavit, and attach to the affidavit, whatever you feel necessary, including even this particular document. So that is open to you to do a supplementary affidavit, if you wish to.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us proceed, Minister. I think we've dealt with paragraph 19, as we so did prior to the break. You do go on to say in paragraph 20 that you did learn that the said report that was referred to earlier was distributed to the National Commissioner, General Sithole, Lieutenant General Masemula, and senior managers within the Division of Crime Intelligence. Is there anything further to explain there, or are you covered by that part that you mentioned?
I think I'm covered by what has been said.
Let's zoom into paragraph 22. You go on to say the South African, the SAPS management therefore failed to brief the minister, thus leaving the minister to rely on his own resources and had to work with people on the ground in an effort to contain the unrest. Now, that aspect of the failure, I know earlier on you did say that not receiving intelligence reports and briefings and information from the structures contributed, as you said, to not being able to act appropriately in terms of dealing with the issue of the unrest. I'm particularly interested because I think we've dealt with that aspect of not receiving the information. It's qualified here that they failed to provide this information. And of course, this is further strengthened by the information that you've just submitted to the panel. Very briefly, when you say own resources and you had to work with people on the ground, is this just ordinary members of the public? Is it, I'm just trying to understand what those resources are, and perhaps who are those people that were on the ground that assisted in your efforts to contain the unrest?
Chairperson, I'll try to be short. Chairperson, I have a phone number that is on the internet. So anybody has my number then. It irritates, but it helps. Because you really do get things that you would not if your number was not known. So it would be those people that they phone. If I make the example now, I have raised it with the Deputy National Commissioner's Intelligence to say I receive many calls of people say they have not been paid for the work that they've done. Some of those people will be people that are not supposed to be known to me. I'm not operational, but people will come and say, look, we did not get what we supposed. So that helps. But I usually take that where I'm supposed to take to fix this. Even those building to those days, it will come to say there might be trouble here. Some of those people I know, some I don't know. Some they say, don't tell us, don't ask us who we are and all that. But specifically, Chair, I did receive, somebody came to brief me, especially, I repeat it now, on the names of the people that were pushing this thing on the internet. They were very familiar names. I think there would be 4 that were very familiar. Was Afro Soul, who happened to be Piti Piti at the end of the day. And there was Nkinga, There was, I think, Son of Soil, and there were quite several of those names. Maybe let me make this point, which has been missing all the time. I was briefed and given and the correspondence, these people, things were saying and all that. And I tried to verify with the authentic structures to say the SSA must verify. Unfortunately, I don't remember getting feedback on that. But the question of 12 instigators come from that briefing, Chairperson, come from that briefing. And most of those people, by the way, have been arrested now, who were there. There were 12 people. They keep asking, where are those people? I think 19 people have been arrested now around that issue. And I guess 2, the cases have withdrawn, but 17 are out on bail, so still going the court. So if then I phone, sometimes it will be based on what I heard from the phone or what I heard to say, it's going to be a problem, so and so, Commissioner so and so and all that. I spent those days, I must repeat it as I've said, I was on isolation, but I spent those days phoning almost every morning, phoning the provincial commissioners of different provinces, trying to check how is the situation. So it will be that information, Chairperson, that you received from that and you received in this way. But repeating that, unfortunately, could not be verified even after I've requested, but making point again that from these structures I'm talking about, supposed to brief, that briefing never came.
Okay, that's very clear. You do say, though, in fact, you said a moment ago that such information would be shared by yourself within, if I heard you correctly, within the structures of SAPS, and or you would even try to verify some of that information with state security. I'm interested to know, especially with the information that you received, that you've just highlighted, specifically with regards to those that may have been peddling or influencing what was going on, whether it was social media and elsewhere. Was such information shared with the National Commissioner?
No, it was not shared with the National Commissioner. Maybe one reason, I think it was shared with Hawks, that information. Maybe one reason is that those days, one was working more with the deputies rather than the National Commission. I remember on the 7th, the invitation, I'm repeating this, the invitation was made that we go to operate from KZN. And unfortunately, that did not happen. And people that we were working with, they would have known this information. But at the same time, this was not a authentic information to be shared with other people. Let it maybe beginning to spread and reach those people that they are peddling the information. But it was definitely shared with the Hawks that they begin to look at it and to look on those individuals.
Was the same information shared with the relevant provincial commissioners? particularly KZN and Gauteng?
I guess it would have been raised, Chairperson, it would have been raised, especially the names of those people. There were 4 primary names. I'm sure it would have been raised, especially with in the meeting with the provincial commissioner, I guess.
Maybe just to follow up on that one, you did indicate that 19 people were arrested and 2 matters were withdrawn, and the 17 are still under investigation. Is that the correct understanding?
They are under investigation or on bail.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so these are being dealt with through the criminal justice system, correct?
Yes. I think those 11 of them are arrested by the team of detectives. 8 of them are arrested by Hawks. But most of people arrested there, they would be on that correspondence of that social media, Chairperson.
Okay, and that's the correspondence that you had also agreed to share with us. If I recall from your 3 December testimony, there was information that was, I think you referred to it as a cloud, or...
That's correct.
That's correct, okay. I'm not going to take that any further because I think I've established from your answers or from your testimony that there is the matters that you indicated that are still under investigation, and also that information is available to the Commission. As I move on then, in paragraph 23 of your affidavit, you specifically mention, and I think you did mention this point on the 3rd of December, wherein you indicate the last sentence is that the National Commissioner was nowhere to be seen, and the Minister had to work with the Deputy National Commissioner, which is of policing, and provincial commissioners in an effort to contain the arrest. I'm not expecting you to provide elaborate comments on that, but I'm just confirming that you do stand by that. And of course, we do note that when the National Commissioner was here, he did give his version of what happened. But I'm just also interested in finding out from you is that when you say nowhere to be seen, does nowhere to be seen equal, from what you're saying here, does that equal not being present and not being involved in any aspect of whatever intervention that had been devised to deal with the unrest? Or does nowhere to be seen meaning that he was not present on the ground where you were at? Just to clarify that, because it's not very clear.
Chairperson, I'll try to be short again. What it means not to be seen, and in relevance of what was happening. For instance, this was Gauteng and KZN. I remember personally I went to Alex, though it was after. Provincial Commissioner was off sick of Gauteng, so it was acting Commissioner Mtombe, General Mtombe, that we were working with. But also went to Alex, went to MAMS, I went to I think, Ashretville. And then you engage with the communities there, Chairperson. So, which I think it also contributes in trying to deal with the matter. But I can authoritatively say those engagements, they work, especially in KZN. As you know, what happened around Phoenix. There will be 3 places there, Chairperson. Your Pambai, your Pambai, Mawoti, and I think Zwelisha, if I'm not mistaken. So there you come, people there, especially in Pambai, which is a stone throw from Phoenix. We're mobilizing to attack. And I remember I was told to get out of the way. I was called all the names when we say. So then working from the office then would not have helped in dealing with those matters of supposed to be there, trying to enhance the work of the police by involving communities. So this nowhere to be seen. I take it from there. I take it from the 4th, which was one of the toughest days with the movement of the people, especially from other provinces going to Uganda. And I take it on the 7th. On the 7th, specifically, I made the invitation to say, let's work from KZN closer to where things are happening. Not to be seen is because not helping beyond policing, but trying to engage at the level where we are, especially with the communities this time, Chairperson.
You mentioned an invite. Who was that invite sent to?
From the commissioner, I say, why are inviting that? Let's go and work from KZN head office.
Okay. No, thanks for clarifying that, Minister. Maybe just lastly on that point, because I think paragraph 24 of your affidavit is related. You indicate that it is therefore the Minister's observation and considered opinion that there was no concerted and/or integrated effort from SAPS Crime Intelligence Division, policing divisions, and top management to properly plan for and to address the unrest that eventually led to a week-long destruction, looting, insurrection, and loss of life in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. I know it's a loaded paragraph and perhaps an important one because this is you saying this, Minister. Perhaps do you want to qualify that any further, or you stand by it as is without any qualification? Because I think it's also quite in what is clearly written there. It's quite damning, if for lack of a better word.
Chairperson, I don't know what these products were saying. These many products that were given, I don't know what they were saying. But from the point of view, from my point of view, I guess more mobilization would have been done from the side of the South African Police Service. As I'm saying, I don't have a view of what these many products were saying in terms of mobilization and all that on the other side, which maybe would have informed my own mobilization. But as I've said, that as I went to Mpangeni, I realized that something was going to happen. So I requested that the police must stay there, because we're coming from the other provinces. So they must not move away. But I remember I did raise it. Most person that will be around there is a Deputy National Commissioner to say we need to get other forces from other provinces, maybe with exception of Gauteng. Because even these agitators, one was told that they're based in KZN and Gauteng. So, for instance, every province has, I think, one water tanker of the South African police. Maybe some of them would have been moved to these obvious provinces. I'm saying I don't have a benefit of the products, but I would think that those are things that would have been said, that these two provinces are going to be hard hit, so they would be moved. I guess more people would have been moved. Chairperson, in the middle of all this, I remember I received the information that said there were shortage of rubber bullets. There were shortage of rubber bullets. And then on that one, I did pick it up with the National Commission to say, but if there are shortage of rubber bullets, that's a disaster. Because at the end of the day, police will be forced to use the live ammunition. How do we deal with that?
Just to come in on that specific one, you highlight what could be consequential if that was the case, right? Now, your intervention with the National Commissioner there and then, did it yield any results?
Yes, it did. It did, because I was told that some number of rubber bullets were flown to KZN, and I'm told that some commanders from Gauteng, they collected those. My question would be why they would have been flown in the middle of the operation, not at the beginning. So those are the things that would have caused one to say, not saying, Chairperson, this could not have happened, but my belief is still with me that something extra could have been done, which maybe would have changed the direction of the outcomes.
Thank you for that. Just bear with me for a second. I'm just double checking my notes, but maybe as a further qualifier to what you've just said, and perhaps the reason for my question and the focus on that paragraph that I read out was because I'm taking you back again to our terms of reference in as far as the national hearing is concerned. And 3.1.3 of the terms in as far as the scope of this national hearing, we also need to look at the causes of the apparent lapses in law enforcement by state security agencies, particularly the South African Police Service, and the role of private security companies in the unrest. We're going to get to that. I think my colleagues will assist me with some of those aspects. Now, you did say that quite a bit happened in the build-up. We dealt and traversed issues relating to what could have happened in as far as intelligence and information being sent to you or given to you, the briefings and so on. You then also relied on information from persons or people or a person which assisted in terms of understanding the temperature on the ground. You also were on the ground in as far as engaging with communities, and you gave the example of Phoenix and surrounding areas. Now, the so-called apparent lapses in law enforcement, particularly South African police services, does your paragraph 24 that I read out directly highlight that apparent lapse in as far as SAPS is concerned? Because you did say more could have been done. I think even the National Commissioner, when he was here, he did indicate that there were no concerted efforts prior to the July unrest, but they were post.
Chairperson, maybe to enhance again the point of those good Samaritans that would have spoken to me. On the 4th, I wanted to move towards the north, around Nkandla, though I would not be there. But I was phoned by somebody. He's in, we said we'll come there. He's in the private security industry, who said, don't dare go there. Don't dare go there. Because I can't remember the number of the people that have moved there armed. He did say to me that they'll be very happy to make you their trophy. So, and
they'll be very happy to
make me their trophy.
To make you a trophy.
Yeah. So don't dare to go there. And I did not go. But Provincial Commissioner did go. One thing that happened on that day, there was a free shooting, Chairperson, on the air. Just a free shooting.
Is this still the 4th?
The 4th,
The 4th.
yes. Yeah. There was a free shooting there. There were people carrying quite big guns. One of them was an ANC councillor with a gun of, I guess he was to be arrested at later stage. I don't know the status at the present moment. And then I realized that it would have been very dangerous to have gone there. But that information came from an ordinary South African, which I think it quite impacted on understanding the matters. Chairperson, going back to your question 24, there were pockets of excellence with the South African police, Chairperson, no doubt about it. This is one of them. When the day Mkhwanazi was on the ground in Nkandla and conducting the situation from there. And I guess if he was not there, situation would have been bad on that particular day when he blocked the long convoy of cars that were coming from KZN and Mpumalanga. For him being there and taking decisions on the ground, we were in a constant consultation. But being there, it helped. Even reversing some of the decision that would have taken, but when the situation forces and then you change. So that would be the excellence. And I guess if many top management would have done things that way, being present, would have eased some conditions. The second the second excellence that would have been there, Chairperson, I've said this, there is a mall in KZN called Pavilion. Is next to the one of the oldest townships there called Lamontville. Northman. I'm from Lamontville. This one called Chesterville. Chesterville, yes.
Next to Westville.
Yes. Yeah. So that was under attack. But some members of community, some members of private security, even national commission and provincial commissioner instructing the unity that you don't put dealing with the masses had to be put there, the special task force. So it's a risk that you have to be taken, but it yielded good results for the fact that that place was not attacked. As I'm sitting here, there are several police, including one Ngobo young constable in Mpangeni, who has been awarded by the business in Mpangeni for the good sterling job he did blocking and protecting the property there, which means not just police themselves, even the communities, they have said bravo to the police for the good work that they have done. So there are areas like those. As I said, I went to Ashretville at Nkomo village, where there are several shops. I think 2 were attacked there. I was told by everybody there is a group of young people that I forget their name, who said not on our name, who said thanks, we work with the police to block those things. So there was that, but I still believe if there was an earlier, more effort, concerted effort, there will be a further mitigation on things that have happened. But I want to make the point, there were places that were defended and protected because police and communities were active.
Yes, no, thank you, Commissioner. And I think you highlighted something that we did want to deal with as well. And I think the examples you're giving now talk to, the aspects of community policing. I'll come to that in a moment. Yes, indeed, we did hear testimony during the first leg of the hearing, even from the business chambers, on how police specifically assisted and prevented other major destructions that could have. I'm not going to dwell into that because I think we dealt with it, but there was there's a view, and I think this was posed even to the provincial commissioner as to perhaps what may have informed protection of certain areas over others. And I know this becomes an operational issue, and maybe it may not be very much fair on your part, but I'm gonna raise it anyway because I think it's an important aspect. We know that there were many malls and other infrastructure that was protected by members of the police, private security. But there were also others that, or there's a view that there were many that were in townships that were left to be looted, destructed, etc. Perhaps where I'm going is, do you have a view on, or a comment on such a view, that what may have happened, or what may appear to have happened, may have been that there was protection, or more protection, or a greater protection of infrastructure, malls, etc., that were in your suburban areas versus those that were in your townships?
That would be my feeling, that I would concur with you on that one.
You concur with
Yeah, I concur with your thinking to say, and the broader thinking that much could have been done with especially the township infrastructure. Without giving excuses, Chairperson, if anything happens here, maybe I start by clapping Advocate Kamana because it's very near to me. And by the time I reach Commissioner Ntuli on the other side, we are able to hold back. So, we can't do it. I think the township township businesses were unlucky to be where things, I guess, started.
The proverbial eye of the storm. They were in the eye of the storm.
Just maybe they were there in the wrong time at the wrong place. There are some. I think around Durban, nothing was protected really. Nothing survived. Whether Gowamashu, one of the icon of the township has been the Bridge City, which is even now is a ghost town.
Bridge City in Kwamashu.
Kwamashu is Bridge City. What is that, Mlazi? Umlazi is as you enter there. I think Kwamashu is a Bridge City. I forget the name of the mall in
Mega City.
Mega City. They were both visited by the president. Those places. I think Bridge City hasn't come back. Mega City, I've been there in December. It's fully operational. Everybody is back. Even there was funny thing that there was a showroom of Toyota. People were getting there, just getting the steering out of the car that is in the showroom. Just get the steering out of it and run with it. And I told people are hungry. I don't know what I was going to do with the steering wheel of a car, but that's what happened. But Gauteng, Chairperson, there is a different story. Africa Mall, not the Africa Mall, the one that as you enter Alex. I think it's got something to call Africa about it. That one was defended by the police to such an extent that the first police was shot there from the person that came from the community. And I still salute the police that they did not retaliate, because many people would have been killed after that member was shot and taken to hospital. That was that. The Tshwane Mall was not touched because private security, police, they work together with the communities in there. MAM's police, I'm told, responded quick. It was 15 to 20% destroyed. I have spoken to you about Nkomo Village. But the famous one would be Maponya Mall. Maponya Mall, the community played a big role there. But what I don't understand, when Maponya Mall defense was splashed by the media live, for some reason, it was not told that it was the community effort and the police effort. So there was a group of people that was sitting on the other side there, led by the gentleman that is becoming famous, known as Tlantla Lax, Dlamini. So he was there. But there were 42 police there, including the acting provincial commissioner was there in that mall, Maponya, to such an extent that people that were getting arrested by community, they were immediately handing them over to the police that were stationed there. So for some reason, I wouldn't know why that was not emphasized. That was one of the joint venture of community and the police. So there would be that mitigation in the township, but indeed much lesser than the protection that happened in the township, especially in KZN.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Now you touch up, I think you highlight excellence, and of course it's commendable because even we heard testimony, as I indicated earlier, even from some of the business communities. I think that goes without saying. And I think it would be a miss of us not to say that. And I think by you also raising it, I think it just confirms and highlights that the importance of the community in fighting crime, as in the case of the July Unrest, protecting infrastructure, etc. Now it takes me to the next point, because I think this has also been raised by, as you're aware, the Commission in setting up this hearing. We did receive quite a number of complaints and submissions and the like. One of the, I think, what features in some complaints and some submissions is the so-called lapses, or the challenges, challenges with regards to community policing forums. And from what you had submitted generally, and it's quite clear that community policing forums do play a central role in your efforts as SAPS. With that being said, perhaps assist the Commission, the panel, on your comment, particularly on that aspect of community policing forums, because it does appear there are challenges. It does appear that a lot more work needs to be done around them. We know that police can't be everywhere, can't be in all the corners. We also saw through testimony that came into the this hearing that there were barricades during the July Unrest that were seen across some areas in particularly in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, where members of the community, owners of property, etc., apart from businesses getting private security, but ordinary members of the communities were protecting their properties. Now I'm trying to link that with the question that I'm posing to you, perhaps your comment, prefacing it with some of the submissions and concerns or complaints that we've received, that there's a challenge with your community policing forums. What is your view? What is your diagnosis? What is your plan, if there is one? If you agree that there's challenges, what is being done on that front?
Well, Chairperson, it's not bragging what I'm going to say. It's not blowing my own horn. I'm one of the people that in the group that in '94 was taken overseas to go and study CPF, especially in London. Well, I studied other things. I went in one of the most illustrious institution called Scotland Yard, where one studied some things, the movement of the crime and all that. Among those, one of them was Dr. Johann Becker. I studied with him there. It was, our study was focused on community policing forum, understanding, so that it would be easy from the police to move from Moore and Donor to the police that would be able to police communities. So we were sent there as a group, I think we're 15 of us or more, we were sent as a group to bridge that scope and donor to community policing. One understood it very well. We started it, we were told one major thing that we found there is that in the most popular job and profession in that time was police. Police were number 6 and doctors were number 11 in terms of popularity of the profession. I doubt if it is still so today, even in London. I doubt if it is still so. Why? Because I was talking to Dr. Becker one of these days. There was a big argument that police should not be armed there. Angazi ngichaza ngithini ngesingisi, but kune le donkey peri, this thing short that amaphoyisa carry they put here. So in London, air corner was folded, so you would put here and not see it. But they were arguing that they wanted a complete one, and that was arming the police, was a big issue. But today, take me to Heathrow. Find the police carrying their big guns like young babies. That has moved. So it has changed. So, which means policing is evolving not only in South Africa, but around the world. So, the police were popular. There was this bond between, you would go to a street there. There would be police that knows everybody in that particular street. And police would not just phone the police station, would phone their police, so and so. They would say, we want so and so. So that person would know that community would know. That was a level. That was a level of community policing relationship with the police. We tried to put it here. Let me say one thing that it happened here. They were infiltrated, the Community Policing Forum, even now. There are people that go there to listen. What is the direction the police are taking? Who are they suspecting? And all that kind of thing. No, I'm not going to say lega konoprenda. There was a term that konoprenda as we came out of prison. I'm not going to tell what was happening about it. But Chairperson, we have lost the concept of community policing forum. We need to go back there. Maybe one thing that got lost on it is that it was put in the hands of the police officers, station commanders, to be responsible to form and establish the CPFs. Now, CPFs, they monitor the police station. So police were not going to create bodies that are going to police them. So that's why now it has been changed. It has been taken out is given now to the civilian secretariat. So that civilian secretariat can be responsible on the establishment of those things. The other big cry of them non-functional is a non-presence of stipend, some form of payment. They've been raising it. They say they use their money, they use their time and all that. So it's quite an area, expensive, but looking at it if can. But also, 3, in a form of vetting the people that go there. You can't just wake up the next morning, because there are people that are coming from prison that I know one in my street where I come from in the township. This guy was so harsh. Maybe the story of, there was something there in the township called Gonubrenda, which means sleep on the desk and then they give you lashes at your back. So this guy was a chair of that CPF, and then you would be given an opportunity to explain if they suspect you, and in the middle, about 5 minutes, they tell you that you are wasting the time, konoprenda. And then we discovered that guy was from 8 years for the crime of rape, and he was a chair of the CPF. So then themselves, they were messed up. So we need to go back, work on them. But my last take on this one, there is no way. I'm told we're 60 million now, Chairperson, in South Africa. Even if 30 million of us will become police, if communities are not working with those police, we won't win. The bigger question of policing are the communities. We need to go back to those basics, and communities, they need to be involved fully and be given a big portion to play on these matters of policing.
Is that now part of the strategy in as far as SAPS is concerned?
Indeed, without telling cabinet issues, last week, Wednesday, Tuesday, we debated that paper that the Secretariat and the police are developing of the strategy of policing. That takes a big portion, Chairperson, takes a big portion at the Community Policing Forum and involvement of communities and these community structures. It will definitely have to play a big role. But as I've said, maybe the drivers should be the civilian body rather than the police driving that going forward.
You mentioned that it's now in the hands of civilians, the civilian secretariat. Just
Yes.
explain that so that we are clear. Where does the civilian secretariat sit?
The civilian secretariat is a body that was created to oversee and empower the ministry to be able to have an oversight on the police. For instance, there is a group or a unit among them that goes to see what the police are doing, see the implementation of the things that have been agreed upon, decisions that have been doing, the working of the budget and all that. So that secretariat, Mr. Rapia, if you know Mr. Rapia, he has been the secretary. He has just retired out of that. We'll be getting the new person. Is to advise the minister and put a big element of civilian end and civilian touch on the matters of policing. That is besides your IPIT. That is besides your IPIT. But this is to work with the police, advise them, and come back to advise the minister, and vice versa.
And of course, in provinces, you also work with the MECs in this respect as well.
Yes, the secretariat, they have their heads in different provinces, and the secretariat is looking at anchoring the establishment of CPFs in the offices of the MECs rather than in the offices of the station commanders or provincial commissioners.
These will be MECs of community safety.
Yes.
And liaison,
Yes.
as the example of KZN.
Yes.
What is you are the minister now, and if we are to project, because I think recently you've just released some of the crime stats, and you did indicate that there's a particular increase in KwaZulu-Natal, but there's also an increase generally perhaps of certain crimes. Now, what is the timeline for this as the minister? And I'm asking this because this is quite an important aspect, as you've highlighted. Increasing population, many challenges in as far as dealing with crime, and of course you qualified it to say there is no way that the police cannot work with communities. And I think also the July unrest indicated how communities can assist police, as they did. Now, in your estimation, with the plans and strategies and all of that, in as far as dealing with this issue of addressing some of those challenges which you've indicated you're addressing now, do you have a timeline? Because I think it's an area that many South Africans are concerned about safety and security. Many South Africans are wanting to see an improvement, and I think it's quite interesting to hear of such a strategy, such work that's being focused on community policing forums. Is there a timeline? Is there anything that perhaps you could say regarding what you envisage to be the outcome, and by when? Minister, thanks.
Chairperson, this is a two-legged process. We're talking about community, but police themselves needs a lot of re-energizing. 2011, 2012, Chairperson, there were 195,000 members of the South African police. And there was 49 to 50 million South Africans. The 2010, when I was there as a commissioner. Today, there are 60 million South Africans and 177 members of the South African police, which eats on your ratio and puts a lot of pressure on the individual police. So you'll have to put a lot of revamping in the police. One of those, I'm told that we're almost 18,000 down from 2010. We need to reach that equity of 2010 before we start moving to the population of 60 million. I guess as the SG, Statistician General, finishes there, it will be more than 60 million as he finishes to count, as he is counting at the present moment. So we will have to work on the ratio of the South African, maybe hence the announcement by the president to say he wants 12,000 new recruits trained in a shortest possible time. We expect that in December this year, there must be at least 10,000 people that will parade out, Chairperson. And then next year, maybe take another 15, another 5 or 7 to make it about 15,000, which will be still less than the ratio of 2010. Which means we'll have to move fast on the side of the police, but not just train the warm bodies. The scale of policing now is different from what was there in 94, even 2010. This recruit we're doing now, we have agreed with the recruiters that they will get us about 200 BSc students to be in the South African police. As you know, that one serious problem we're facing are our laboratories in forensics. And this is not a joke. I asked one day, one person who was working on the gate where I was told he has been put in laboratory. So you can't have that situation. So there'll have to be people that will go to those laboratories. But the crime itself is advancing. You need these accountants. You need these forensics to deal with the kind of crimes you see at the. So we need to work hard on policing on both quality and quantity, or quantity and quality, but also go big on the IT, on the technology in the South African police, and also but big on equipping the police. Many people, they phone at the police station, they are told that there are no cars. So we need to reach the situation where police are well equipped to be able to respond. So it's both that one, that is within the police. I must say, we have been facing problem as the South African police because all the time the budget has been cut down, but it looks like we have a new money sheriff in town who seems to be sympathetic, and the president is very sympathetic on the cause of the police. So I'm thinking we're taking off. That at least we're giving ourselves the medium term of 3 years that police should have been put in order as an organization. The community might be longer, but the strategy is there. We believe that when the communities are invited themselves, will rise and work with the police to work on the crime situation. Chairperson, for some reason, I don't know why South Africans feel that is not their duty to create the safe environment. They don't feel so. Went to German, there were these young two ladies, I think this is 2010, 2011. They were walking, just two of them, at about 2 a.m. And you could see that they were nice, they were from some nice places. And I asked them, I stopped the car and I asked if they're not scared. And they said no. In this country, it's a duty of a man that women are safe. That is German. I'm not saying in South Africa. But I have a problem that when you talk about unsafe of the women, you put more police, courts, prisons. You don't put the responsibility of the men of South Africa. 11,000 women raped in 3 months. 11,000. But funny, Chairperson, 50% of them raped in their own houses. In their own houses. By the people that are supposed to be protecting them. By the people that are fathers, are uncles, are boyfriends, are ex-boyfriends, and husbands, and brothers. But South Africans, including media, we don't pick that as an issue to say, South Africans, get on a gear. These women will be safe that they, men, decide that safe. Put them in prison. As we speak, Chairperson, we've got about 6,000 lifers, 6,000 people that are doing life. Very soon we're not going to have space in prison. They're doing life, and most of those people that are doing life is for the sexual offenses. Now, we do need to go for this education. We do need to take South Africa as South African to say, look, let's pause and make sure, maybe the time has arrived, that these talks with women and their safe must be paused and go and talk to men to say, stop your nonsense. And all we pick it up there. So you asked what's the time frame for that? This strategy will be ready. The president, by the way, wanted it in 6 months. So this year it will be ready, and sure, it will be implemented. It's upgraded. It's upgraded, Chairperson. It has been there. I think it was there in 98. It's not a new thing, but it needs some upgrading so that we get more footing of the community rather than police only. So give us a year on this one, and give us 3 years that we put the police to be a machinery that is supposed to be.
Okay, no, thank you, Minister, for the, I think you've explained it in some detail. And of course, you are speaking to South Africans, so the South Africans are going to hold the ministry to that in as far as what is being planned and what is being activated in as far as dealing with this. And of course, maybe lastly on that, it does seem that from what you are saying, this requires a multidisciplinary And of course, you sit in cabinet, so and I'm quite certain that this does concern many members of cabinet. You just release your stats, and we know what the outcry is out there. Any comments on that? Very briefly.
Well, President said this can't be a departmental paper or development strategy. It should be a government structure, which means all departments must put a shoulder on it.
But led by SAPS?
Yes. Yes. He said, as we bring it back to cabinet, we must bring a government document, not the SAPS document, because it will only be felt when the government across the board deals with the matter.
Sorry, I was speaking without the mic being activated. Perhaps back to your affidavit, Minister. I know we've somewhat taken a different route, but of course it is linked to what was provided for in your affidavit. And perhaps without delaying and laboring on the specific, I beg your indulgence, Chair, for a second. I'm just making sure that I've covered what I wanted to cover. As we are heading for lunch, I'm wondering whether I should go and focus on the aspects in the affidavit that deal with the July 2021, I think it's titled in the affidavit by paragraph 77. And maybe before, as you are finding it, you said something interesting in the paragraph that precedes 77, which is that 76, that communication between government departments should, however, be enhanced to ensure that it is better coordinated, effective, and consistent, especially during events such as unrest, which affect all government spheres. There's been criticisms with regards to the manner in which different ministries and or government departments responded to. It is noted that yes, it was perhaps an unprecedented event. We've dealt with that aspect in terms of what was lacking and what ought to have been done. But just on that part, because I think the strategy you are talking about just now, which is going to be a government strategy, and there's many examples of this. I'm not going to bore you with those, but some of those examples or issues that are raised have been that there's at times a lack of coordination, lack of speaking from one voice. And you are saying it here, that it can be enhanced, meaning that it's probably not as great as it should be. I'm reminded of intergovernmental relations, different government departments who ought to speak to each other, not necessarily for whatever the reason is. Now I'm saying this as well, and forgive me for laboring on this. I'm saying this as well because we are also mindful of the report of the expert panel. I think we'll probably deal with that after lunch. but I'm reminded of the report of the experts panel into the July unrest by the President, which has been released. And it touches some of those aspects as well. So to me, or to us, it may appear then that there is a challenge when it comes to that. How do we address that, Minister? Because, like you said, like I said earlier, you sit on cabinet, and because there were many reasons that led to what unfolded in July 2021. Could that also be another reason? That in responding to what was unprecedented, etc., perhaps if communication was more enhanced, there was more coordination, perhaps it may have bolstered those efforts. Do you have a view on that? Thanks.
Yes, I do. Maybe without going to church on Sunday to request a cleansing from sins, it's correct to say our communication wasn't great, especially among the ministers that were supposed to be pulling together in the JCPS cluster. It wasn't great. It was enhanced. It was much better later when the acting minister in the presidency took over that communication. Congratulations to her. She really did well. And we surrendered to that. That was better, because there was a little bit of a problem or two. Those that they know, they will interpret that.
Sorry, I missed that. Perhaps we just need to translate that, because you're not translating it, Minister. So basically, because of people pointing, literally it means...
Maybe let's have the police minister say it himself, if he doesn't mind. Sorry for the... we only have the translators that assist us with people who are impaired in terms of the hearing. So.
I guess there would be English proverb on the thing, but maybe I don't have it. But it's when it's minimum, I say it's you say it's me, defending my own territory, protecting my own territory. It should be something like that.
Is it correct to just say, perhaps it's people blaming each other, pointing at each other?
Maybe, especially that would be between the ministers that were core on the JCPS. There are core ministers in the JCPS that will be all defense, police, and state security. There are others that come. I think also Home Affairs is a core. There are others like your social development, your international, and all that. So the statements were made public to say, I received the product, I did not receive the product. Those are things that should not have happened. If serious there would be a war, then it should have been private behind the walls. So you come and you say to South Africans, as they lose, as they die, as they lose their property, here are the ministers issuing statements against each other instead of working together to do the matter. So that coordination on that level should be improved. Chairperson, I would take that. But also across the government, you raise one issue that there is this projection to say businesses in some affluent areas were protected. You don't know how many calls, especially the provincial commissioner here, he raised it to say they were giving some big business to go and protect them. One of them was SAP, to go and to protect them. And I did receive that call. When I asked why SAP, I was told that while it needs to be protected is correct, but it had chemicals that can do a lot of mess if it gets burned and all that thing. But it does happen that we see things departmentally rather than see things holistically. Hence, the president is very serious about the coordination of government. As an MEC, it might not be big now. As an MEC, together with the MEC of Economics, Dr. Mkhize here, I was an MEC in that province of police. He would see economic opportunities in opening many shippings and taverns. I would see crime. So we need to come to a same level rather than see it departmentally and all those kind of things. Yes, coordination, but I must say the government led by the president, that's why besides that there are different committees. There will be economic committee, there will be a committee like the security cluster, there will be social and governance. There are times where they are all brought together, those committees, so that they find some synergy on all what they're doing. That means, indeed, there is a reason, but not only the reason, there are efforts, even at that level, that the government synergy must be better, the government alignment must be better.
Was the July unrest a wake-up call on that front?
Well, it has happened before, but as I raise it, that the JCPS cluster need to do better, of which one is chairing, needs to do better, but it needs to do better with the economic clusters, with the finances. For instance, we need to agree that there is no economy that will grow in the unsafe environment. So while we all chase the budget, while there is social budget of your education, of your health and all that, of the economic stimulus as President will see, infrastructure, that maybe that's why President said in this budget, is instructing the JCPS, especially the police, to go and deal with what he calls economic crime, to deal with those people that they go there and take over the businesses, they want the 30% and all those kind of things. It's a recognition to say the coordination must be better, including enhancing, strengthening the police and understanding that the business will only thrive when the situation is better. So those could be the lessons, Chairperson, taken from July going forward.
Thank you, Minister. Chair, I would rather not get into the part where I had taken the Minister to at this juncture, because it's 6-7 minutes short of lunch. Perhaps we can benefit from just getting those extra minutes and maybe stop right here, and we'll resume at 2 to deal with that aspect of July 2021. And I'm quite comfortable that we will finish today and conclude the testimony of the Minister by close of day.
Thank you very much. So then it's an appropriate time for us to adjourn now. Minister, you're welcome to have lunch with us as well. and we will commence our proceedings at 2 o'clock. Is that correct? We are adjourned for now until 2 o'clock. Can you please continue, Advocate Lotz?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, could we go back to your statement, perhaps where we left off before the break? We were addressing paragraph 67. Sorry, paragraph 76, I apologize. Paragraph 76, we dealt with that already. And I had indicated that perhaps we will proceed to look at the next part of your affidavit. I think what follows after paragraph 76 would be what is titled July 2021, a failed insurrection. And there's a subtitle there of character and features of the attacks on installation and business premises. And of course that is, we have paragraph 77, which goes as follows: the attacks were hybrid, well, a hybrid of, and there's bullet points there. The first bullet point would be focused target selection. Second bullet, widespread looting by the masses from informal settlements adjacent to the malls and warehouses. And the last paragraph, blocking of key interprovincial road arteries. Now, we dealt with that to some extent, because I think when you were giving your testimony, you were highlighting some of the reasons as to why I even used the analogy or the term that some of the townships, perhaps also informal settlements, were sort of at the eye of the storm, as in where mass looting was happening. Without going into that great detail again, because you have, is there anything to be added, perhaps just for us and the panel to understand better, when you term these attacks as being hybrid, and then you classify them as being focused and targeted, widespread looting by masses from informal settlements adjacent to malls and warehouses, and the blocking of key provincial roads or road arteries?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon again. Yes. As you said, Advocate, there is a perception that there are areas that were more protected than others. That was deliberate on some other areas. For instance, like your airport. The first batch of the soldiers that came was at King Shaka Airport. By then, there was no N3. Everybody knows that N3 is the most is the busiest one. Not just because you and me will travel, because of economics of the country. That was blocked, and a very big destruction was done there much earlier. But also N2 was becoming a target, which is not usually a targeted road, Rana, but Mandeni and all those players. and all those areas. So, but the banning and looting, also, while it was an immediate destruction, it had medium and long-term outcomes. I remember I went to get some bread in one in Durban North. I've never seen such a long queue. Even the SASA queue is never that long. Those were the people that did not have food coming from the areas that were banned. So get them hungry, get them angry. So it had that element: get them hungry, get them angry, and agitate them when they are angry. That will be the element of not just immediate, but medium and the long term. Informal settlement and all that. There would be places. As I said, I'm not an expert to this technology, but people that were communicating, it would have been good to see where they were and how who were coordinating the start of a particular place to be broken, and people would come. There is this element of saying people were poor and hungry. You don't get your car to get your loot if you are poor and hungry. I remember one guy that could not put this TV on top of it was mattress until it holds it like this, and that is a beneficiary with immediate of the people that have started the thing. Places will be broken, and immediately you would not have seen, as I saw Nandi Drive. Those were thousands and thousands of people in Nandi Drive in eThekwini. And I can assure you, those people would have been coordinated in small cells to say, come the morning, and we all go there. So it was coordinated, but it had the element of a ripe situation, that the situation was also ripe for people to go and do those things. Well, we have spoken about the blockage of the interprovincial and all that, all those matters.
Yeah, no, thanks. Minister, obviously there is, perhaps before I get to the issue of the timeline, because I think we spoke a lot about, in fact, in your testimony, you gave some reference to dates where we talked about the build-up. I know in your statement you did give us dates, and you sort of gave some perspective to the timeline in terms of where you were at, what you did, etc. We'll get to that perhaps without too much detail, because we are basically going back to what you said in your opening address in the first leg. But I am interested particularly, before we move on, because I think you've clarified the hybrid model of what happened. Could you address us on the so-called failed insurrection? This links up to what you said earlier, where there was different miscommunication, lack of coordination. You say that there could have been better, or an enhancement to ensure that things were better coordinated, so that there's some sort of efficacy and consistency, etc. Now, at the heart of that comes this issue as well of what government termed what happened. And I know that in your affidavit you have titled and prefaced that paragraph we dealt with now, as July 2021 a failed insurrection?
Well, I might not have started the insurrections as I grew up studying these things, the art of war and all that. Insurrection will be a very close sister of coup d'etat. It's a very close sister of coup d'etat. This appetite of completely undermining the elected structure, those are elements of coup d'etat and elements of insurrection. Undermine, but not alone, invite other people to undermine those structures. But one part of it illegitimize, if there's such a term, illegitimize the structures that are supporting that elected structure, that elected government. Besides that, police themselves did have a problem. They could have done much better. There was a big campaign of delegitimizing them. Not only that, even scaring them. So you slow them down. I remember there was a message that tell all those police that are living in Umlazi not to come back Umlazi. Even if they don't come back, they won't find their wives and their children. And then you need to send that police to work. And with that understanding that indeed they live in Umlazi, and not a small number.
Sorry, just to interject, is the example that you're giving now related to some of what was peddled and influenced social media?
Exactly, part of it. There will be information to say police have joined us. There will be information to say we have all form of guns. We don't worry. Is in the hands, and the police and the soldiers, by the way, have joined us. So those are the structures. If it doesn't matter where, if you overrun those structures, either physical or in propaganda, you are not just marching and not just protesting. We are killing the system. You want some form of taking over because that system is gone. So it had those, but unfortunately, he found a very ripe situation on the ground. On the ground, people that are hungry, people that are poor, people that are unemployed, and people wanted to use those elements. Thanks God that some communities and some people, they saw that and they resisted it at the end of the day, because many communities, they said not in our names, but people did not protest because there is something you want to be corrected. Here they wanted destruction and then God knows what.
Now, just so that we are also clear, that which you are referring to now, is it also part of the investigations that are pending in relation to the 19 arrested, or which is now the 17 matters that are, or dockets, if I'm correct in putting it that way?
I hope you are not making me operational, but
as far as you're aware.
Yes, I am aware that investigations are continuing. Maybe, and yes, I'm aware that.
Okay, Minister, do you know we received testimony in the first leg to the effect that some police may have been requested to stand down. Are you aware of that? Have you learned of that? Did you learn of that during that time when you were dealing with the July unrest? If not, did you hear of it post the unrest? to an extent that, have you even heard of it post your oral testimony of 3 December?
Not only that, maybe what you did not hear, I have explained that first 3 days I was not in circulation because in isolation. There are quarters that personally I stood down. There is that information that I stood down, I sympathized with the cause, whatever they call the cause, so I stood down. So it makes me understand very well that when they say so about the police, that's nonsense. Sorry for my language if it is in Italian. So, but what I know about the police, there was a lot of fear with the police, as I've said, that fear was put on them. But standing down, I did hear that, but it started with my non-availability on 3 first days to say I was sympathetic with some certain cause. That's why I was not there to command on the ground.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Back to your affidavit. Let's just go and look at paragraph 79 briefly. Paragraph 79. And I think you've dealt with this, but nonetheless, I would just quickly go through it. And it reads as follows: an interesting feature of the attacks was the fact that it was communicated and broadcasted via open source social media platforms such as Twitter and not to closed WhatsApp groups. It would appear that the perpetrators and planners used these open platforms for effect. Now, you did say earlier that you did receive information from those that gave you information. Was that information that you received related to such WhatsApp groups? And I think we dealt with the Twitter, if I remember well. But I'll ask it nonetheless. With the information that you received on the ground related to such broadcast Twitter, on Twitter platforms and closed WhatsApp groups?
Yes, indeed. As I'm saying, I would get this selected, not everything that I'll read or be told, selected. For instance, others, these groups of communication were calling for the destruction of water system to go and break down the reservoir. And can you imagine? Usually these reservoirs, they are on top, they break them down, everybody goes down. There was information about busting the oil line from Durban to Johannesburg. There was that information. I got the other one morning of burning the hospital with patients. The hospital would have been in Pietermaritzburg. And you must remember that Pietermaritzburg is one area that suffered big. But there was that information. And I said to the provincial commissioner, no matter what, that can happen, to go and ban, because there was this thing of increasing the anger. There should be general anger besides looting and all that. There had to be some form of an anger. You go there, you ban people, about the relatives and everything, and the government that has allowed such thing happen. I later that didn't happen, but that was one thing that was going to happen. So those were such issues that while you would look at that but make sure that other things are avoided. There were things like poisoning the waters, Unfortunately, the known one, the racial element came in it. That one is well documented, of the racial element of this matter that came in, not just in Phoenix, Maritzburg, and Verulam, even in the suburb areas, even the places, your Durban North, your Umhlanga, your some South Coast. I remember there was one lady who works for the Metro as a police, was assaulted as trying to go home in the south of Durban, and there was one reason that she was black. She was told that you can't come in. All that. So there are many elements that were set up to make this ungovernability leading to insurrection and coup, if you think there is such thing. So those things had to be blocked of them. Things like SAPC were guarded by soldiers, by the way. In police stations, we sent some soldiers in police stations because police stations were called to be the easy targets. Get them, get guns, all the guns, wherever there. If the police resist, kill them and all that. So that was the situation. And that situation has got nothing to do with hunger. It's got nothing to do with poverty. And it's got all to do with people wanting to forcefully and violently changing the system.
Yeah, Minister, I mean, thanks for raising that aspect as well, because I think part of what the hearing is looking into as well is the causes of the alleged racially motivated attacks and killings that may have taken place in some parts, of course, acutely in this Phoenix and surrounding areas. I think we also we did deal with that when you were here on the 3rd of December. Now, for clarity's sake, as I move on, you highlighted the fact that you were in isolation for the first 3 days. Could we get specific dates for that, just so that we are clear on our timeline? Do you recall those dates? What those dates were?
I can't remember, but this is a day we are sitting in the headquarters of the police in KZN. We call it 17th floor. Remember, that was the day when the former president had to be surrendered the last day or arrested. His days of surrender had gone past, so it was the days of arresting that were left. I did try to be operational on that one because the judge had instructed me to arrest. We sat there. As we're sitting there was Deputy National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioner, other officials, spokesperson, and all that. And I don't think, even if you go to the record, there was a day I ever spoken to the president like that day. We really corresponded. So we received this message at about 2 that the former president has agreed to go to well, we used to call it prison. I'm thinking it's called what now? Correctional service now, yeah. So at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's not going, 7, 8, and one has to speak to some other people. I did raise that in my, yeah. Then I think we received the the message that we have lost Deputy National Commissioner General Mfazi. And one person there who is a spokesperson raised the issue that he was with him, General Mfazi. So that time it was once you are in the contact with a person and that person, you are in the contact and you immediately take isolation. But what was worse, this person did the following day go for testing and was positive. So that made, put us on the back foot, not only me. It would be Masimula, it would be Mkwanazi and myself. And then we ran to isolation. That time, I think it had just changed to 7 days. On the 5th day or 4th day, I went for testing, and I became negative, and then I broke the rules, and I left the isolation because I could not really watch. There was banning. Alex that time had just gone finished, so they were going to Pretoria, MAMS and all that. So that's what. So this would have started then. This day is 7th. Maybe the isolation then would have started. I guess it will be on the 9th. On the 9th, going forward. Give me 4 or 5 days after that.
So it would be approximately or on or about the 9th, and then you were out for about 4 days, 4 or 5 days.
5 days. Give it 5 days.
Okay. And whilst you were in isolation, were you performing any duties at that time?
I was trying. Chairperson, every morning I would wake up and phone and make calls, especially I would phone all the provinces. There were provinces that were trying to pick up on the trouble. Mpumalanga almost went for it. Mpumalanga province almost went for it. I was in a permanent contact with the MEC Vushongwe on that, they even tried the blockade, the truck blockade, places like MLO and all that. That's that. Mpumalanga will be followed by the Eastern Cape, that also tried. And speaking to the people there, the element of tribalism did come in. I'm not going to repeat what they said, but that
is this in the Eastern Cape or Mpumalanga?
I'm in Eastern Cape now.
Eastern Cape.
Yeah. So there would be some people talking to some tribal to say, no, those Zulus must do those things, they're not here. So there was that, but those would have been 2 provinces. The third one, that almost would be Northwest, that here and there it did happen. But those things died down, and the concentration was these two provinces. But as I say to you, the biggest correspondence would be the KZN and Gauteng. That as I rose, it was afternoon, and I went straight to Alex, and I remember the journalists asking me, where do you come from all this time? So I tried to explain, but where I started the real work was in Alex.
If we could just go to paragraph 87. Paragraph 87, you indicate that the Minister of Police, in the absence of an intelligence report from the relevant structures, immediately went to KwaZulu-Natal and engaged both politically and with the police and community structures to both gauge the mood and to directly diffuse the tensions. So this would have been after Alex.
I went to Alex, I went to Mamelodi. I went to two places in Mamelodi. I went to Mams Mall and I went to Tshwane Mall, and then I went to Ashretville. Those are the places. But clearly, the center of trouble, as you'll call it, that the eye of the storm was KZN. Wanted to move to KZN, to go and work from there. As a person coming from there and understanding some other communities, from the very word go, I was worried about the relationship of Phoenix and surroundings. There is a place there which I know very well called Bambai. It's Bambai. There will be Mawoti and Zwelisha around there. So the information did come to say there was going to be Ispitongo, or really a mess around those communities. So it's better that you run and you deal with it. And I went there at night. Repeat this. I went there at night to hear from the police at the police station Phoenix. Fortunately, I found that there were representatives of some surrounding communities like Zwelisha, Bambai itself, and all that. So the advice, which I also advanced, is that I must go and speak to these communities, especially Bambai, the next day.
And this was around the 12th, is it correct? The 12th of July?
I guess so.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I received the message that the president was coming, and president instructed that I must be where he will be on Botswamashu, Umlazi, and Makro. Well, indeed, I had to postpone going to Bambai and surrounding places with the much anger of those communities that we have promised. By then, the report was that 15 people have been killed. But more people have disappeared. They are not known. With high emotions, I'm repeating this, people not allowed to go to mortuary, to identify, to go to places to try and see the bodies. So the next day after the president was there, so I went to address communities. I had 4 meetings that day. I addressed Bambai with a very, very angry community. They say I must go back where I come from and go and eat the curry. So I explained to them that yes, I eat curry, but it's cooked from home. So we agreed that because there were people already there that were representing those communities at the police station, but I was skeptical to come and impose them. So we made a call on the community to say, there are these people, get somebody new or confirm that person. I remember that they confirmed Biela boy in Bambai. We went to 53, which is Mawoti. They gave us late. We went to the other Zwelisha. They confirmed somebody who has been there. We went to Phoenix itself, and we confirmed. So that committee began to make life much easier. We took a step back. I went there to introduce the committee to the
so-called peace committee.
Yes. Yeah. So, but that committee really, kudos to it because it was difficult to deal with the situation. They came there. I must say, without any fear of contradicting, anybody else who comes and say he put a fire off there, everybody came after this committee there. And this committee had a lot to do, a very good thing to do. And they're brave because they were told to go to hell sometimes by the very same communities that they were saving.
Okay, thanks for highlighting that. Unfortunately, this hearing in the first leg did hear testimony from affected members of the Phoenix and surrounding areas. So we have benefited from hearing the stories and the plight of the victims and those who had lost loved ones. And perhaps I'm going to pause there, I think, Minister, because we dealt with that aspect in the first leg. And I think you are just re-emphasizing that. Perhaps my colleagues may come in once I'm done, maybe just to highlight certain aspects in as far as what happened in Phoenix and what happened in Pietermaritzburg, or what may have happened anywhere else where there was racial tensions. Perhaps as I'm about to end, I think paragraph 88 is what you highlight in relation to the information that you've just shared, where it reads as follows: in the midst of crisis, when indications of a possible massacre or alternatively a large number of unexpected deaths of black people in the Indian community of Phoenix, the minister directly engaged both African and Indian community. The minister was instrumental in establishing an inter-community liaison forum in order to manage the resultant tensions. Now, part of what this hearing has to do is to also look at how do we prevent what happened there from happening again. Perhaps it's a similar interest that law enforcement will have, the ministry would have. Is there any comment that you may have, perhaps as that may be of assistance to the commission, to the panel, to this hearing, in as far as that aspect, where because I read for you as well as part of the terms of reference, we are also having to look at the alleged racially motivated killings and so on.
Chairperson, I'm a Durbanite, so my political tooth was sharpened there. One area that I worked very closely as a young political activist was Phoenix. Led by the center there, Gandhi Center, where we're operating, we'll go and motivate and trying to put this thing of non-racialism, non-sexism in one united South Africa. Those will be the early 80s. So there will be all these tensions now and again, but simmering very, very low. They'll come now and again and work. One would thought that they have gone past until this one happens. I did say to you, Chair, as we involve communities as to be part of policing, will have to be very careful that we are not handing over on the criminal element, the very same communities. We have to be very careful on that one. This one, Bambai especially, Bambai, both Bambai and Maud, you don't see that you have crossed the border. You just don't see. Bambai, you are in Phoenix. You don't see, and there are no border wars there to say how did you cross and all that until this one comes. How it ignited to be that way, I don't know, but I was accused of undermining the racial issue there. Or with my first statement when I visited and met people at the police station, I said there was a criminality that was taking the shape of being racial. And I was accused that I was undermining the real issue of racism there. But I confirmed of race as I went for the meeting, especially in Bambai and Zwelisha. This young girl, I said this, she was attacked and was told that her sin being there is that she's black. Is a young lady. I learned very late that the lady was being trained as a reservist, as a police reservist herself in one of our training colleges in Eastern Cape. But was just, you could see that this is somebody bright and all that. She was told, taken to this water stream, made to lie there, and there was a discussion how to be killed. They were discussing as they talk to her, and banned her car. She was there for medication and then, but the issue there, everybody was saying there was one criteria. As she was lying there, 5 cars went past, and all these cars were driven by Indian ladies, and she realized that the criteria of her being stopped is that she's an African lady. But that came up very prominently, even on the second meeting. One gentleman shows the keys and that the car was banned, and they were all told as they were stopped that Africans are not supposed to be here. Blacks are not supposed to be here. So it took that. But Chair, I must come to say that would be elements, not the community. I want to make that point. Because most, even the footage that helped the police to arrest was given by the members of that community at the later stage. Who came with the footage to where there was this insult, people were butchered, were burnt, their cars were burnt. Some members of the community came and say, here we are, this is information, but don't tell me, don't tell them that I told you, because myself, I'm not safe. One big element was a gentleman that I'm glad he's arrested, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's arrested, was running a big drug syndicate, who was which this problem and this chaos helped his business to continue and keep him safe. Yeah, that guy is arrested. So there was element clear of criminality. There was this element of people looked at the racial level, but also there was an element of abusing the legitimate structure of the private securities. Many of them were arrested, though I'm told many have been cleared. Their guns were taken and all that. Some were lending their guns, which will be a gun that is legal, but given to somebody to go and do those things. And other thing, My last report confirmed, though it's virulent, this one member of the South African Police Service has been arrested for being involved with the people that were harassing and maiming and killing the people. Is involved in that. He has been arrested. Last point that is important, all these communities, 3 except Phoenix, told me that if you are going to bring the local police, go home and don't come back here, because those police are working with the local community in Phoenix. And indeed, Chair, we created a very special team there of most of the detectives that came outside of Phoenix. Initially, those were 10, but they were overwhelmed by the work and they were increased by Provincial Commissioner to 31. And I must say, they've done a wonderful job. The last number, I checked, there were 59 in Phoenix, and they have arrested 27 from neighboring Verulam. I must admit that my concentration was there, not much in Maritzburg, not much in Phoenix, but the Premier of the province has requested that this team must be expanded to work because there were these racial issues, especially in Maritzburg. So we believe that work is ongoing, and those teams are doing the beautiful job.
Thank you, Minister. I was just catching up with making a few notes. I'm gonna pause on that because I think my time, as far as the issues that I'm dealing with, is almost up, and I'm gonna allow my learned colleagues to perhaps come in on certain aspects that they have planned to deal with. Perhaps lastly on my side, Minister, paragraph 94. Maybe if we backtrack a little bit and we go to paragraph 92, where you indicate that in a few instances where allegations of ministerial overreach are reported, the public protector has been called in to review the minister's conduct. Thus, the management of intelligence and operational functions are the exclusive domain of the National Commissioner and or other security cluster DGs, specifically or collectively. Is it correct to understand it to say that given the fact that you are not operational, as you've indicated earlier, the preserve of such accountability in as far as operations of those particular areas of operation within SAPS would directly fall within within the National Commissioner's responsibility?
Chairperson, the National Commissioner is employed by His Excellency the President. But on day-to-day reporting of his or her functions is with the Minister. Either the Minister calls or he calls and make suggestions without taking over. Anyway, it would be folly for the Minister just to sit and say, go and see, and even when things are going wayward. So it will be good to be briefed. Sometimes you are briefed by the National Commission, sometimes you are briefed by the Divisional Commissioner if it is specific on that thing. Intelligence being the domain of both briefing the Minister and the National Commissioner. But I know that one sin that was committed by the I don't know whether he's suspended, but he's at work. The head of the intelligence was that he briefed the minister, and I remember very well that that has been part of life there all the time. When I was a minister, when I was a deputy, when I was a commissioner, the head of intelligence, Mdluli, would brief both Mthetho and Ngcele. So there was nothing new on those things. But it is one sin that later I learned that he has committed. So this one, I think, is linked with the investigation that was done by the public protector to the minister of the protection of one whistleblower, where the minister, as he speaks, was found guilty by the public protector for not protecting that witness, and that finding was taken to review and was reversed by the court of law. Because I think public protector there did not read, I don't know anything about law, but she did not read her law very well, which says the witnesses will be protected by the Department of Justice, not by the police. So that's as it stands, that's the thing. Though we're revisiting it and all, but I was found guilty for duties that are not mine. And that did come as part of the interference and all that. So maybe it is on that score that public protector thought that was an overreach of this minister.
No, thanks for clarifying that aspect. Perhaps lastly from my side, Minister, paragraph 94, as you conclude your statement, it reads as follows: however, the SAPS is faced with budgetary constraints and inadequate resources to deal with a threat of this magnitude, and I'm assuming you are making reference to the July unrest. The SAPS therefore needs to be urgently capacitated with human and physical resources, including investment in technology to fight crime. Now, you have this afternoon, and perhaps earlier as well, indicated some of the plans that are in place in terms of adding the thousands of members that are going to be added to the police force, given the ratio in as far as population as it's been growing versus the number of police officers. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the midst of the so-called budgetary constraints, what is the plan? And perhaps you could also maybe, I know you did indicate that you're not operational, but if you have a perspective or a view on this, because it was raised by the National Commissioner when he was here, in particular when he made reference to some of the under-resourcing of crime intelligence, and even going as far as saying we cannot, or rather that crime intelligence cannot be separated from SAPS in as far as resources are concerned.
This makes my heart sore. This makes my heart sore, Chair. The team that I used to work with, which is a team I miss so much as a National Commissioner, and we did so many good things. We were given a lot of resources because we were working for 2010. And I said to them, these rainy days will go and the land will be dry. And indeed, this has come that the budget of security cluster, not just police, across especially SNDF and SAPS, has really found that dry white season where things are not just coming. We have been the victim of cutting. I don't know the figures, but somebody told me that from 2016 up to this point, we have been, instead of taking up, we have been cut about 34 billion. That makes you feel that every cent that you get, you need to maximize. Make this round move longer. Chairperson, this thing has been raised. I want to raise it myself, if it has not been raised, that there was a question of this minister didn't sign the money for intelligence. That's why there were no products of intelligence. Well, I've shown you the products that were produced. Somebody will have to tell these hundreds and hundreds of products how were produced with no money. But besides, Chair, there was money that was requested, which was an underspent and requested by the police to roll it over. And that money was 138 million rands, and they were giving about 129 million rands. And that money was given on the 15th of May, 2021, 129 million. So you're not going to tell me that there was no money then in June, July, if that money was granted by the treasurer to say continue to use that money. In discussions, I'm told that that money was for infrastructure. I said, you're not going to tell me that the country is building, we take money to go and paint the buildings. So it's that money was there, and it's here, the National Commissioner. Application for authorization to utilize unspent funds, financial year Secret Service account, Division Crime Intelligence. Thank you for your letter under reference. They make the reference. In line with S2A of the Secret Service Act 1978, the National Treasurer has no objection to the division's request to retain an amount of 129,021,783 of the total unspent funds of 138 million, realized at the end of March 2021 for utilization of 2021-22. The remainder of the unspent 9 million should be paid back into the national revenue. That's the money. And this letter is signed 17 May 2021. So there was money in the crime intelligence to utilize, and for the fact that there were products, which means there was money, and that thing is here. Unfortunately, it's a secret fund. I know nothing about it. I'm not sure. You just find it in the corridor. But the letter is here. Fortunately, no, this letter is not confidential. This one is an open letter, so you don't have to ask me. Okay. So, I just want to go to the budget. This is a secret fund, but on the same year, there is 70 million underspending on the intelligence on the open fund. It's
17 or 70?
70. This is an open fund now on the intelligence. But why I'm saying my heart is sore, the budget has been cut. The budget is very low for the police. But in the same time as the budget goes, the year, I think it's 2021, the police underspent about 4.2 billion. we underspent by 4.2 billion. And that's money for operations, it's not the money for policy. And that money, the biggest part of it, was on the visible policing, which your POP falls under, your stations falls under, and all that kind of stuff. So that was 2.2 billion. Another billion, which is 9 and some odds, which I round up as a billion, was spent on detectives, was underspent on the detectives. And the other one was 70 that I've said, and the other one on the PSS. The crux of the matter, your budget is cut, but you still, it's like not, you have been eating the loaf, so they give the half, and you don't even eat the half of bread that has been given to you. So it does make you not to have answers. When I've been asked many times, portfolio, I don't have answers of how you would not spend 4.2 billion rands.
Now, Minister, you say something interesting. Relating to the under expenditure. Do you request or do you get any explanations? You're the minister. If you are the minister, and as you said earlier, you are not operational, so you're not the accounting officer, correct?
Yes,
For those funds.
But I read budget in Parliament.
But you read the budgets in Parliament, you analyze it, hence you know where the under expenditure has been. Is the ministry given an account as to why there was under expenditure under a particular budget line item, etc., etc.?
Well, Chair, let me say, all form of explanations given, I don't hear them. I just don't. I'm told that 2.2 billion, basically the issue is COVID. That's what is given as the main reason. It's COVID, the 2.2 billion, the cars would not been bought. The money was ring-fenced from there, from PPEs, was not utilized. I don't know why money for PPEs was not utilized when we have lost almost 811 police who died. And many of them went sick and all that kind of stuff.
And to be clear, this financial year we are speaking about, is it the previous financial year?
That would be, I guess, 2021. Yeah. So that's that. Detectives, money for training, well, we would be told that was COVID. But I remember not a single time we did not meet as a cabinet and all that. So the new life came. Even the training would be on virtual and all those kind of things. Detectives, they complain every day that they're overburdened. 1:300 dockets and all that. So why that money would not be spent? But I must say, guilty on that one, yes, because myself I saw it at the tail end. That is the money. I was aghast like anybody else when I saw that amount of money.
But now, Minister, what do you mean when you say you are guilty as well? Can you qualify that?
I should have been there, Chairperson. I should have been there, as now I am there. For instance, I call meetings now to be told why somebody already has suggested that we might be $500 million underspending. So the question would be, why do you prepare for underspending? And then there will be reasons with other entities we work with that money needs to go to CETA, those things to CETA and all that. So the question, you would sit there and simply say people on the operations are utilizing money, especially with the motivation that the budget anyway is low. The budget anyway is cut. And it comes to you that is 4 billion, 4.2 billion, even if it is 2 billion, the 2.2 is 200 million underspending. That's a lot of money. And it will be in a very sensitive environment. One environment is IT. And unfortunately, these monies, treasurers takes them, some of those monies. As you realize that this one was requested and was generous enough, treasurer, to give. But some takes those monies and they never come back. And which means sometimes you must have a little bit of overreach to ask every day, what did you do with the money yesterday? That's not that should not be the work of the minister to be asking that, what did you do? But one has been put in that position one is really frequent now on checking, so that we don't have this terrible repeat of this underspending.
So in essence, you're saying your oversight role should have been much more vigorous.
I'll take that point, but also I should have been briefed by the people that make an account, the CFOs and the accounting officer on this matter, rather than get them at the tail end as you are briefed.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to hand over to my learned colleagues. I believe that there's some questions that they wish to deal with as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, Minister, thank you for your time. We've had you for the best part of the morning and now this afternoon. I'm going to try tailor my questions as just a whipping to cover a few aspects, 2 or 3 that my colleague has not. I will try address it in themes of 3. The first would be the role and impact of social media. The second will then move on to the expert panel report. And then finally, just to tie up some loose ends that I might not have covered in the previous 2 categories. The first supposes to then come back to the point that my colleague has left, and that's taking you, Minister, back to paragraph 94 of your affidavit.
94.
94, Minister. And perhaps it might be a prudent time to then consider, having heard what you've just mentioned now, Minister, to then ask, is it correct to say that SAPS is faced with the budgetary constraints, given what you've just mentioned? Is it truly a question of budgetary constraints?
No doubt we do. The police do.
That will then neatly take me to my first category of questions. And that relates to what is later then said in that paragraph, and I will read for your convenience, Minister. The SAPS thereafter needs to urgently capacitate with human and physical resources, including investment in technology to fight crime. Minister, as you would agree with me, a large number of the initiating conduct could have easily been sourced with inferences or references back to social media. And I'll take you back to your affidavit, particularly paragraph 79, where this is pertinently highlighted. Paragraph 79 reads in relevant portions, an interested feature of the attacks was the fact that it was communicated and broadcasted via open social media, platforms such as Twitter, and not to close WhatsApp groups. It would appear that the perpetrators planned and used these open platforms for effect. Now, Minister, do you believe that SAPS is prepared for such interventions and or operations that would occur on social media?
Chairperson, if things were done properly, SAPS would have been prepared. As I'm seated here, whether it's a case or whatever, I'll hear it very well as I go to the standing committee, joint standing committee on crime intelligence. There is an issue in that division as we speak. There are several amounts, but nonetheless, is more than 100 million. Is more than 100 million rand equipment that has not been utilized, not underutilized, not utilized. That one is trapped on administration. For instance, there is a law here that says, others they say before, others they say after, that the Minister of Police must request for those gadgets, must request the Minister of Justice. Maybe it goes back to the question of synergizing us by advocate. Must request the Minister of Justice. And the Minister of Justice must consult the Minister of Defense, the Minister of State Security, and must consult the Minister of Communication before that equipment is used by the police and the crime intelligence. Unfortunately, this one is bought for last 2 years. And I've asked time and again, I'm told that that one will track the social media like nobody's business, exactly where it comes from. But it's there, it's collecting dust because of those things that were supposed to be done, signed, and that's one big frustration that has given me big frustration in this work.
May I just ask, yeah? So what you're saying, there's equipment worth 100 million rands that the police can indeed use to track social media, but it cannot be used because of this administrative, bureaucratic problem.
I'm told that it can use to crack the social media and many other more things, but this administrative thing is blocked, it's being used.
And was this equipment there prior to the July unrest?
Yes, it was there before that.
Thanks. So, sorry to interrupt.
It's okay, Commissioner. Perhaps it might be a better efficient use of time if I would finish the question within the particular cluster, and then I'll hand over to the Commissioner if there are other questions to be asked. Minister, whilst I appreciate that there are some administrative burdens in order for us to use the equipment, perhaps I might phrase the question different and ask, do we have trained officials to be able to use the equipment if the equipment was available and readily used in the last 2 years? Are the men on the ground able and trained to use such equipment to monitor algorithms, to trace taglines, to manage and see where there is activity within a particular region? Could we have better used the equipment with skilled individuals if we had used the equipment at the time?
Well, though I can't guarantee that, but most of the new equipment that is bought, usually the producers and the sellers, they do train our people in that particular usage of that equipment. So I guess these two, if was allowed to be used, there are people that would have been trained to use it.
Thank you, Minister. I now want to look on the social media theme. Back at the expert panel report, Minister, you might have had some insight or have seen the report before, which is readily available online. One of the criticism for us not being better prepared for the social media intervention was, according to the expert panel report, is the fact that we have an unsigned Cyber Crimes Act, which may have, according to the report, provided some assistance in enabling us to intervene on some of the digital platforms and to indeed interact or stop some of the threatened conduct on social media before that actually invoked or triggered the onslaught that would then continue. Do you have a view on this, Minister?
Well, I would agree with that, but not only that, Advocate, also what I've raised, that it seems to be a very cumbersome kind of administrative laws that are running this environment. I would be the first one to say police can't just be given the leeway to use such sophisticated things unchecked. But to be checked is correct. But why not the Department of Justice? Why everybody else? And we end up. So the question you're raising, it would be the part of this administrative. I believe that if this was granted and these gadgets were used, the minimum of having not signed that cyber law would be minimized.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioner, if there's no other question on the social media ban on my theme of argument, I'm now moving on to the next theme, which relates to operational management, which my colleague had already previously touched on. Minister, I want to take you to your affidavit, paragraph 91. And here, in what seems to be the conclusion, Minister states that the Minister of Police is responsible for policy development, and strategic guidance, and not operational management. The divide between operational and policy is clearly defined. However, Minister, in the expert panel report, the Minister is criticized for what is referred to as a blur between the operational and policy duties. At paragraph 7.53 of the report, and that can be found at pages 138, the following is said: the Minister seems to have been more directly involved in the intelligence and operational work than in their portfolios required, giving the appearance of an element of executive overreach or interference in the line function of work or service. At best, the lines between the executive authorities and the security seem to be blurred. Would you agree with this, Minister?
I absolutely don't agree with it. The panel of experts, they found it so, is their finding. Well, Blair, I don't know how much is Blair, but what this sentence is not saying, that you have just read, the Minister of Police is responsible for policy development and strategic guidance and not operational management. The divide between operational and policy is clear, but what should have been added there, the policy development and strategic guidance and the directions. That's what the Constitution says. It says the Minister directs. So that's the Constitution, not even the Act that says so. So, now and again, I'm not going to sit here and see things go wayward. Let's take KZN. The Commission doesn't go there. All of us, really? We must not just go and try to put... I'm just imagining, having not gone to Pambai and surrounding with all the threats that were there. If it is overreach, I'll be sorry, but there are things that you can't let go when you are given the job to do, and put some directions on it. And if directions are not followed, and you'll have to make a bigger shout. So I don't agree with that one.
Very well, Minister. My follow-up question then is just hanging on the foot of that of your submissions now. which is what happens in instances where directions are not adhered to. A practical example could be when on the 4th of July, as you had said earlier, Minister, that you had given directions that we need to ensure that more police presence is felt within the area. What happens when such directions is not adhered to?
Well, unfortunately, it depends on what level. If it is a level of a provincial commission or divisional commission or station commissioner, I'll report that to the national commissioner, and national commissioner will see how we pursue and follow those things. If it is at the level of the national commissioner, I'll report to the president, of which I have written some letters to the president about some of the matters. But because that is between me and the president, I would not explain what issues are those. Thanks.
And that should lead me neatly to the third criticism levied by the expert panel, and that can be found at paragraph 7.54, which reads that it doesn't appear that the minister acted in a consciously coordinated way. There were way too many public contradictory statements and spats between them. Would you agree with this allegation?
Between who and who?
It would seem between the minister and the national commissioner.
Public statement.
According to
Is
the
there
expert
any
panel.
is there any example?
What I can read is further above, which is paragraph 7.5.2, and it reads as follows. It is not clear whether
Sorry, may I just make sure, this is now, you're reading from an affidavit of?
Sorry, Commissioner, I'm now reading from the expert panel report.
Oh, yes. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you very much.
Minister, I'm going to ask my colleague to hand you a copy. I apologize, Minister, that is my fault.
Yes.
Our bundle, where exactly? Not. Or otherwise you don't have copies for us as well?
We must apologize, Chair. We didn't make copies
Okay.
for you.
It's okay. Let's
However,
proceed.
we'll ensure that such copies are available. It's just that the aspect that my learned colleague is dealing with now, it came because of the testimony that came up.
Okay.
And unfortunately, we had not anticipated that we would specifically refer to those paragraphs. Yeah.
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. You can continue.
I thought you were still going to read it for me. So now that you give it, okay, I've read it.
You have it, Minister.
Yes, yes.
I'm going to give you a moment to read if you must, or
Yeah, I
comment.
have.
You have.
I have. But Chair, I don't see your question of too many contradictory statements. Where did you read where it says there were contradictory?
Sorry, Minister. Paragraph. So that's page 139. And then it's paragraph 7.54. 7.54.
Oh, okay. It does not appear that the ministers acted in the consciously coordinated way. There were too many public contradictory statements and space between them. I think the space was between ministers, not. That's how it sounds to me.
You're indeed correct.
Okay. I know one statement, not too many. That was between me and the Minister of State Security then, to say she gave me, and I said she did not give me. I don't remember too many, but that one did happen. Definitely between the ministers, not between the minister and the national commissioner.
Thank you, Minister. That'll be all for me. I'm then going to hand over to my colleague.
Good afternoon, Minister. You earlier highlighted challenges regarding budgets and underspending within the South African Police Service. What would be the role of the Minister in as far as budget is concerned, and when the South African Police Service makes a budget request to the National Treasury, what would be your role as the Minister?
Hey, I hope the budget will be better, the process than it is. The budget is more on started by the officials who would go there, argue and convince one another, agree and all that. Unfortunately, I've discovered that there is less information that comes to the minister to say, we've hit the wall here. I have raised it to say, if you feel you have hit the wall, come so that we see what we do at the level of the executing authority. That will be one. And then we'll go to what is called the MinCombad. MinCombad, I'm not going to, those will be your acronym, but I'm not going to fill that acronym. It is a minister, is a group of ministers that they come together to work on the budget that has been worked by officials, chaired by the Minister of Finance. Not all the ministers sit there. There have been a cry to say all of us must sit there and all that kind of thing, because those ministers that sit there, they are lack of WTPing. They are ministers of that department and they talk about the budget. That will be a second one. And then it will come to the cabinet. Very little you can do by the time it comes there. But you might be invited by the Minister of Finance to hear you. What is your take? Fortunately, the present Minister of Finance has invited this minister twice already, which you will put, because Minister of Finance is got people in all components that are looking at the department. By the time you speak to him or her, but it's him this time, so we are told by him that I know your problems, your cuttings. How does that impact on your work? And then you talk. I think is quite a fresh, refreshing air that the minister can do that, and it does give some impact, some changes on happening. So it's quite an involved process at doing budget. Sometimes you wish you would have a bigger space, but I must repeat, we with the present minister, including the president, he will always quote these figures that have gone down to say police are understaffed when it comes to personnel and all that.
So, do you sign off budget requests from the South African Police Service?
I read it. By the time I read it, it has been already read by the Minister of Finance. So nothing are going to change there. You read what is there. It's signed by the Minister of Finance, and the figures, I'm sure I'll hear my figures on Wednesday. and I can't stand up and say I don't like those figures. So as they come on, we say, when I'll be given the figure, mine is to go on details on my figure. If it is 96 billion, is to go there, what I'm doing. I know that the bigger portion, unfortunately, it goes to, which is quite a big amount of money, 78 or 77% of our budget goes to the personnel compensation. That's a big amount of money out of 70. So it's signed off, you take it or leave it. But you can't leave it anyway.
But as someone who is enjoined to provide strategic direction to the South African Police Service, do you sign off on budget requests that go to the Ministry of Finance or the National Treasury? Do you sign off on those requests?
No.
Okay. No, that's helpful. And does the president in any way get involved in signing off of budget requests for crime intelligence?
Crime intelligence, secret funds, yes. Not open funds.
Yeah. Do you also sign off on those budgets for crime intelligence?
Yes, secret, I signed, the president signed, and it ends there after I've signed. But if I'm not mistaken, I guess I'm correct here, most of the accountability of that money is with treasurer rather than the Minister of Police. Those secret funds.
Can you still recall when you signed off the crime intelligence budget? Can you still recall when in 2021 you signed off on this budget?
I can't, but either...
Was it before the unrest or was it after the unrest?
After the unrest, definitely after the unrest. It was 23rd August 2021.
Did the president also sign off on this budget?
Surely the president would...
Immediately after...
I think the president would sign, but it doesn't come back to me when the president signs.
So prior to the unrest, prior to the unrest, the crime intelligence division the crime intelligence division of the police was still under the acting Major General, correct? Is it Mokhabudi or what's the other name?
I think she was still there, yeah, she was there.
With the assertion that between April and September, because this budget request had not been signed off, that this effectively halted any crime intelligence operations?
This is a point I raised when I read the letter. That the acting general can, for me, he acted there illegal because did not concur. The National Commissioner or whoever was acting on his behalf did not concur. I think that would be Regulation 70. 45. Regulation 45. That anybody at the level of Major General or Lieutenant General will have to concur. he went on to sign the lot of things. So I wanted those things before I sign so that I understand if I'm signing correct things. And there was a lot of correspondence between me and the National Commission to say, please explain this. One of the response was to say, I've given General Mahubuti the time to investigate what happened on those things, on those signings. And later I discovered that was not true, that it was only me, I was told. Mahubuti was not told that must investigate that. As I asked her at a later stage, she did not know about the thing. And then life continues with no reports coming back because Mahubuti hasn't done. Until, and I said, I'm not going to sign until I know what happened to these other signatures. I was given a long list of things that have been signed. I don't want to come here and talk about the issues of crime, but things happened. Things happened. You see, you find that one of the safe houses, you and your girlfriend, you live there, literally. So you need to be careful to take care of this element of secret fund, so that these things do what they're supposed to do. At the later stage, much later, the commissioner tells me that will be appointed General Khadebe from who is a provincial commissioner of Limpopo, who has just been appointed, not Mahubuti, who is in the environment, whom I was told that is investigating. And later, then the report comes. I say, well, this report I'm not happy, but I'll sign when it comes to this report. Then I signed in August. But at that time, Commissioner, I'm not told that there is this amount of money that has been requested that comes in May, 129 million. I'm not told that that money is there. So there are two things. I get this information sideways, but I also know that these products were made. These products were made. People did not sit down from June to July. They were made, which means there were funds to operate. The only thing these were not explained. I know. After I have read, I did not read this letter. I did not read this letter in Durban. But I know, after I've spoken about it, there was a helter-skelter, people move around, you're trying to collect information on this thing. And I said to myself, I hope they'll be using the same energy to work on intelligence matters rather than this one trying to come and counter this one. So that's an issue that has happened. Until that was accounted for, I've said I'm not going to sign. And indeed, it was accounted, I think, around about August, when when General Khadebe brought back the report.
So the delays in signing off on this budget request, was it informed by your fear that there could be acts of malfeasance, or this money could be used for other motives?
I was informed by not getting the report. I wanted the report, and the report was not forthcoming. So I was not going to sign before the report comes.
And in hindsight, would you say, had this budget been approved before the unrest, it could have assisted in quelling incidents of looting, damage to infrastructure during July?
129 million wasn't there, maybe I would have thought so. There is this 129 million. Of that is an underspending of the year. This is May. This money was not used the whole year. But in 2 months, this is mid-May, then June, July, you've got 121 million. You are not going to tell me that you don't have money. The money that you could not use the whole month, you are getting that money, and you are not going to tell me that in 2 months you would not have not used. This money underspent is 138 million. You are not even requesting 138 million. You are requesting 129, which means you don't even need 138 million. You need 129, and indeed is granted to you. You are not going to tell me that you didn't have money. And I've given the list of products that were produced, which means there was money to produce those products. And indeed, that money was 121 million rands in 2 months.
Minister, you've been in this ministry since 2019. In terms of strategic leadership and direction, upon assumption of office, what were some of the priorities and what have you done to date in your capacity as the Minister of Police? Just briefly.
I hope we can give you the document. Sure, we'll give you the document.
No, that's fine. Then I can move.
The document that we had is a retreat for 2.5 days in the bush with the management, top management, and things were tabulated that to be done to improve this. So I'll give you that outcome, that guide, but also the Secretariat can take you through on things that have been done and not done on those. One major problem that we talk about in that meeting was the supply chain management, which today were in serious trouble in the DNA because of the supply. That was not even 2019, that was 2018. So we'll get that, and we'll see how strategically we have worked to find our way going back. Just one again on that one. How do we maintain our cars? One major problem in the South African Police Service, almost half of the cars of that particular station are in the garage. We came with the things, how to keep a 70-30, 70 on the road and 30, but those things are not happening. But we spent 2.5 days, and we developed that book, which is there that you can get.
There are cases currently before court relating to the misappropriation of the Secret Service funds over the years. Would you say this could partly explain why there was intelligence failures in the lead up to the July unrest?
Well, secret funds don't report to me.
But as someone who is part of the executive,
well,
what is your assessment?
That's why I insisted on wanting the report before I signed, because it's known, and I also know that there are things that are not very done properly in that element of secret funds. So if you get the chance to see to the funds there, you must really know. I'm saying a person that I'm supposed to have signed in there, I did not, but has done a lot of signing, that person. So I just wanted to say that, and the report is not forthcoming.
Yeah. Minister, General, institutions are not weakened overnight. it takes years. So the reason why I'm asking this is to say over the last 10 years, there has been challenges with crime intelligence. When you assumed office, was that one of your priorities as the minister?
You remember that one person there was suspended for 8 years and getting all the salary and all benefits suspended for 8 years. Some people are really lucky. That person was suspended by me. I was fired until I come back myself, and that person was there. It's just moved out. There were two institutions that I made the priority. Was crime intelligence and Hawks. Crime intelligence, the histories, the rest is history, as was stated here, where has been destabilized. The head of that division has been suspended, and I think was taken to inspectorate. He's not out of the organ. That's another problem I have with the suspensions of crime intelligence. Those people are not out of the organization. I just moved from this environment. Likalakala, who was one of the top there, he's a head now in Gauteng of crime intelligence. Others are all over. So if these people did wrong, what are they doing in the organization? Why are they shifted? Why are they not taken out of the organization? So simply answering your question, we tried. We put a person that is permanent there, and unfortunately it's destabilized again.
Thank you, Minister. Would you say there is a need for structural changes within SAPS, given what has happened, with the benefit of hindsight?
I must answer the question that I well understood here. Structural or personnel?
I'm talking about the organizational structure, the reporting lines, the chain of command, because it does appear from what we have heard thus far that there's a lot of red tape within SAPS for things to be done, for things to be approved, and that hinders SAPS to be more flexible and more responsive to current policing demands in the country.
Yeah, I agree that the structure will have to be flattened a little bit. There is a lot of red tape. For instance, in the police, you have a national commissioner, you have a deputy national commissioner, you have a divisional commissioner, we have a head of the division besides the divisional commissioner, and if it could be flattened, maybe is where I agree with the unions that there are a lot of us from the head office that should be taken to the ground and move away from the head office. On that one, I would agree with you that there must be some structural change.
Minister, I would like to take you to paragraph 15 of your sworn statement. Where it is stated that all the departments reporting to the Office of the Minister are responsible to submit regular reports and brief.
Come again.
All the departments reporting to the Office of the Minister of Police are responsible to submit regular reports and brief the latter on all matters and crimes and incidents. And in the same statement, you state that you last received intelligence briefing in December. So between December and the unrest, and the time of the unrest, or upon, okay, let's start here. Could you tell us about the frequency of these reports? Would you receive these reports on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, on a daily basis? How often would you receive these reports?
Sorry, are these the crime intelligence reports specifically?
No, reports, because here it says all departments. Maybe we should start there to clarify. When you say all departments, which departments are you referring to?
I had police, IPID, Secretariat, and SIRA.
Okay. So let's confine, for purposes of my questions,
To the police.
this to the police. So the reports you'd receive would also include crime intelligence reports. Is that correct?
The report that I will receive will be specifically on divisions. For instance, I think monthly, what I will receive, or bi-monthly, it's a usage of the budget, which allows me to come and be explained. Is it 75%, is 3/4, and all that? For instance, we're supposed to be somewhere 90% now. If it is less, you would call. That's that. You will report. You will have one thing that I receive. It's a personnel. For instance, how many people are leaving, and to sign them, leaving the organization, and all that. That will be from the police. But when it comes to this division, I have not received. I last received that report while the head of the division was still there.
And what did you do about it? Because prior to that, you were receiving regular reports, and that stopped. What did you do as the minister?
Well, I've raised it with the people working there. Especially, it would be the deputy national minister responsible for intelligence. That would be General Mfazi. As Mahmoud Kam, that will be that. I've raised it even frequently with the present DNC, Deputy National Commissioner responsible.
And you've never raised this with the accounting officer, that is the National Commissioner?
Well, the National Commissioner would know that I don't receive these things, because if I do, I would receive them from him.
Yeah. I'll move on to now take you to the events.
But to answer you direct, it has been raised that I last, even with him, that I last received this on December 2020.
Yeah. Minister, I will now take you to the events, the unsavory events in Phoenix. And start off by asking you about your views on the role that was played by security companies. As the minister that also oversees the private security regulatory authority, what is your take on the role that was played by private security companies in Phoenix?
On the first day, Daru Jones, first day I had meetings there. I had 4 meetings. The last one was in Phoenix on that day. This question was raised on the spot. I phoned Untate Chauke. Chauke, who's the CEO of SIRA, on the spot, when I heard that, for him to take over the matter of SIRA. By the time I finished the meeting, his representative was already in the meeting, first meeting in Phoenix. So if you ask me what did I do, exactly that's what I did.
Are you aware of any incidents of racial profiling that involves or involved the private security companies?
Well, that's a point I've made even before now. I've said, when I was there for the first time at the police station, I refused to identify this issue as a racial issue until I went and I listened to the communities. And the communities were not only talking about the security companies. Unfortunately, many roadblocks illegal there were manned by security companies. So automatically, that would have been them that were racial profiling people. People said there was one reason that they were stopped. There was one sin they had, is that they were black. Those were victims. Those were people that were taken and survived. Some of them ran from the bush and all that. So I could not have then begin to be convinced that there was a big racial element on the matter. That included security companies. After that, the security companies, I think 7 or 9 of them were investigated. Their firearms were taken for ballistic, and it was found that some of those firearms have been given to people that are not supposed to carry as friends. Some were found ballistic to have been used in murder, not too many of them. But there was a thorough investigation when it comes to the private security company in that area. There were names of them. Magnum was the top of them, and quite several of them that were mentioned by names. But there was thorough investigation on those issues. Johnson.
So, Minister, you agree that the barricades were not within the ambit, or the erection of barricades was not within the ambit of the law?
Yeah, I would agree that barricades per se were not within the ambit of the law, because there is nobody allowed to block or have roadblocks unless you are a state law agency force.
Has the South African Police Service done anything?
Yes.
Have you apprehended anyone?
As we visited the communities, including Chatsworth, including Phoenix, by the way. We raised the issue that they must remove those things, and they raised the issue of them fearing for their life of those people. There were conditions. Is that if more police come and soldiers come, those things were removed, and indeed more police and more soldiers were sent there. And I remember that the provincial commissioner physically led some of the removals of those things when those soldiers and the police took over the streets of Phoenix and the neighboring places like Pambai and Zwelisha.
With the benefit of hindsight, do you agree with the characterization of the unrest as an attempted insurrection?
Well, having looked at the elements that are there. Yes, I do.
What exactly makes you come to that conclusion?
Well, I think I explained this one when I was asked. I can't remember what, but I went to town to explain it. There were targeted areas that has nothing to do with being hungry. Hence, we had to protect the airport. The main roads and arteries were sabotaged, were closed. Nothing, people wanted to go and blast the water reservoir. It's got nothing to do with hunger. People wanted to go and burn the hospitals with the patients inside. It's nothing to do with hunger on those things. So those are the elements that go in the heart of sabotaging and fighting and flattening the state. It's unlike going the shop where looting meat, looting rice, even looting TV. Maybe we want to look TV, but what has it got to do with attacking the airport and stopping all the arteries, main roads, and all that kind of thing? So those are elements of going for this change of the state in the extramural methodologies.
Would you say that this attempted insurrection was planned, was funded, and was orchestrated?
Well, I don't have information on that. The information that I would have is that there were people that were pushing it, with looking at the social media and people things that were saying, even outside the social media and in the open platforms and all that. So it did have the element of being blunt. Funded, I would suspect that there was some element of funding. There would people there that would come on buses, whether they were hijacking those buses or they've paid for those buses to go and loot. That would be the issue. But you're not just going to be in the transport that is not paid unless you hijack it and all that kind of stuff. So there would be element, but I would not put my head on that. But planning, I would put my head on that.
Just for our benefit, do you still recall when you and the provincial commissioner removed the roadblocks in Phoenix?
I wasn't there, but the provincial commissioner was a part of removal. I ended there when we saw police and soldiers coming, and then beginning to take the streets and saying to the community. I visited these communities several times, by the way, not once, beginning to say, now you can remove. But I know that provincial commissioner did go there.
Thank you. The expert report finds and recommends that government should take overall responsibility for the 2021 July unrest. Would you accept that the conflict between yourself and the National Commissioner has reached the point where there is no working relationship?
Absolutely not. If, I don't know, I guess even now when you check my phone, you realize that he picks up the phone, he phones, I pick up the phone, I phone. I don't know why people were surprised when you said side by side. only how many days? Was it Friday? Friday. We sat side by side and this question was asked. And both of us, we explained that we have a working relationship. We are not friends. We're absolutely not friends. We have working relationships. And the environment that we're in is an environment that I'll be very surprised. I guess you too, you'll be surprised if there are no times when we don't see eye to eye on those matters and try to eye on those matters. And out of that environment, he goes home, I go home. We don't take coffee or whiskey together. But we definitely pick up the phone and phone. And if, for instance, if he's not going to be in the meeting, I'll know where he is. We'll say he's also the chair of SAPS, the chief of police of Southern Africa. So, or SADC. So he will tell me that he's going there. I will sign his trip program. That is last week, by the way, last week. So if we're not working together, I would not be even signing those things. I would say I win now. I'm not going where. But I sign and he goes, he does this job and he comes back. I want to repeat exactly what I said in the beginning. I think this one has been exaggerated. If we're expected to be friends, we are not. If we're expected to work together, we are.
No, thank you. That's helpful, Minister. There was an operation in parts of Gauteng and KZN. The operation was called Operation Keep Your Receipt. Who came up with this idea?
It's me.
And why did you come up with it? What was the basis?
I do come with ideas and give them to the police. So I don't go and get the receipts. Police go and do. The question, there was a lot of looting and so many people would have things that they did not buy. And some of those things had to come back to their rightful owners and all that. So there had to be some proof that you have bought the thing. And that's why receipt is a proof. By the way, it was not the first one. We have been running these because there is a lot of break-ins and stolen goods from community A to community B. And if you steal 3 TVs, you don't watch 3 TVs simultaneously. Some of these TVs are sold. And you remember in South Africa, if you are found in the possession of a stolen good, you are guilty as a person who stole it. It's unlike in Mozambique. In Mozambique, they say the buyer is always innocent. In South Africa, buyers are not innocent so long you buy something stolen. By the way, is a very old. This one was there when I was a National Commissioner, Operation Keep Your Receipt. I don't know why it was only noticed now under July thing, but it's a very old operation. Thanks.
Is there a reason why this operation specifically targeted townships and poor communities?
Well, the call was Operation Keep Your Receipt, and not added Keep Your Receipt Emlazi, Keep Your Receipt Kwamashu. You can then ask people then who ran the operation. The call here is Operation Keep Your Receipt.
But Minister, this was on TV. Did you, as the Minister, as someone who has taken an oath of office, did you bother, to inquire why are you not running a similar operation in in Midrand, in Sandton? Why are you specifically targeting Alexandra? Why are you targeting Sebokeng? Why are you targeting Foslores? Why are you targeting Imlas
And Phoenix.
and Phoenix?
Yeah. Why do you forget Phoenix? It's a question where people will go and get that particular stuff. And indeed, I will live with your point. If they had any information and understanding that some of these things went there, they would just go there. Hence, I know they went to Umlazi, they went to Phoenix, and they went to Alex, and they went to hostels. And most of the time, they did find these structures, and they came back with them. But indeed, if I have information that there is a place where they know there were this stuff and they did not go there, that will be a terrible thing. There have to be consequences for that.
What regulations were used when food was confiscated and some destroyed?
Well, police would look what law are they using. They have several laws from the Criminal Procedure Act, the Police Act, and all that. They will definitely use the law, and they will not be told by the minister, as you go there, use this law. And as they break the law, there are structures to deal with that. There's your IPID, your secretariat, your human rights, yourselves, and all that to look after them breaking the law. Maybe those that were doing the actual operation, they can tell us which laws did they use and they did not use.
As the Minister of Police, do you take responsibility for the July 2021 unrest?
Well, I think the point has been explained, and I will get in the point, to say the president and all will take the collective responsibility. For that, I will. But individually, no.
Why not individual?
Because individually, operations and those things that would have been put there, of which some of them I raised, what should be done, I believe if those things were done, this one would have been mitigated. That's one. But two, for the fact that one went to the ground and tried to minimize and be on the ground to mitigate, I would say the work was done. And I believe that if all of us, including the top management, we have done the same, life would have been better. So the lot of input, without blowing my horn again, was done on this, starting from the 4th, when one worked on the matters, going to the 7th, going to all other days, going out there. You want to ask me? Yes, I was there. And so the maximum efforts were made for life to be better.
Minister, what steps will you take to ensure that the SAPS Crime Intelligence Division is capacitated?
I have taken the step before by putting the head there and was removed. Maybe we can ask the person who removed the head what he's going to do to fix it. I put the head of intelligence there. It has been removed. He has been removed, that head. And unfortunately, that head is not out of the system. Unfortunately, that is out of the division, is not finalized. So you can't bring a new person because by law, there is still a person there. So people that are not finalizing their thing are delaying either bringing him back or getting a new person there. So that question is a question I'm asking myself. When are we going to be capacitated and given the opportunity that we fix that thing?
What steps will you take, Minister, in order to effectively deal with incitement of violence perpetrated on social media?
Well, the question of cyber laws and all has been raised. I think there must be the Cyber Act. Has not the thing been signed? We'll check, but I think it's one big take that must deal with the not just the communication when people communicate and all that, but when incite violence. I think the act or the bill is big on that. I hope that will help. But capacitating our own structure, especially the crime intelligence, I have explained about the equipment and all that could be there, that will help. But we must start by putting people in the crime intelligence and making sure that we utilize all the money. We are not having the special request to extend the under expenditure of huge amount of monies, and if including the money that is open, and all those things must be done. Put the proper personnel there and utilize all the money, and the environment will be better.
Thank you, Minister. There has been a massive outcry about the public order policing being centralized and thus not stationed at police stations. What is your view about the decentralization of the public order policing units?
You know, these operations, sometimes they catch you by surprise as a minister. You know, I didn't know that the capacity of first respondents at the station level was taken away from the police. They have no capacity whatsoever. I'm told it was taken away because of Marikana. Whatever that was correct or incorrect, I don't believe it was correct. Fortunately, that is being brought back now. The police at the station level are being trained to be the first respondents to the protest and all that kind of thing when people march and all that. I don't know why it was taken away. So that's a first point. Secondly, the numbers of the POP, they are 5,500. Falam in the year he spoke to us said we would have to be 12,000. 12,000. And I'm sure it's even more than 12,000 now. That was Falam Commission. So to decentralize them is not going to work if you don't have numbers. The first thing, somebody must put numbers. Is that operational? Yes. Somebody must put numbers there, and then we put them in the provinces. We put them in the district. We are policing through district now. We put them to the districts so that they are able to respond quickly. But equip them. For instance, KZN has got 11 districts. So, but you have one water cannon. One. So, if the trouble is in Newcastle, in a small car, you drive 3 hours from Durban to Newcastle. So in a truck, how long will you take? So capacitate them. At least every district have that car, so that they respond quickly, and give them the proper gear. Some of them they go there without the proper gear. Give them what they're supposed to carry. POP. They're supposed to carry rubber bullets. They're supposed to carry. What is this thing make your eyes painful? Tear gas and all those things. If you send them on the field without those things, we are really launching them to break the law, to use methods that they're not supposed to use the live ammunition. So I fully agree with Falam Commission. I hope that these 12, 15,000 that we're going to trace, will have to send quite a big number to POP. POP also, by the way, is a question of age. You go there when you still can jump. Otherwise, when you find your way going to the grants, that's not place for you. We hope we will improve the POP.
No, I'm glad you addressed that, because it is a concern that the average age of your members, POP members, is worrisome. Thank you. That's it from me, Chairperson.
Any questions, Commissioner Tuli?
Yes, Ndosi. Long day for you. Thank you very much for your time. I don't have too many questions for you, Ndosi, except just a few clarity-seeking questions to fill in some gaps. And I will start at your affidavit, and I'll start with a follow-up to a question raised by Advocate Jones with reference to paragraph 17 of your affidavit, paragraph 17. And I want to read paragraph 17 together with paragraph 33. You state in paragraph 17 that you didn't receive any intelligence report since December 2020. You had mentioned earlier that you did receive something from the Inspector General of Intelligence in December 2020, and that was the last one. Now, it needs to be made clear to this hearing, was that report received by you from NICOC? Because our understanding is that if it comes from the Inspector General, the Inspector General is the coordinator of NICOC. Now, can you be clear to us if this report of December 2020 was received by you from NICOC? The reason that this question is important, Ngqongqoshe, is because when you read paragraph 33, you indicate that SAPS has both internal and external coordinating systems. And Advocate Jones had asked you if this report was received externally or internally, and also the frequency of the reports that you receive. Now I'm going to ask a follow-up question, but perhaps let me pause here and hear from you if you received this December 2020 report from NICOC.
This report was not received from Inspector General, it was received from Divisional Head, Crime Intelligence.
Within SAPS?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Earlier, our understanding had been that you received a report from the IGI in December 2020. So
No.
did you receive any report from the IGI in December 2020?
The question of report from the IGI, it comes as I'm phoned by the National Commissioner to say he has received the report from the IGI about the head, the divisional head, crime intelligence. I say to the commissioner, as far as I understand, the IGI is supposed to discuss that report with me before he sends it anywhere. And then I wrote the letter to say, please, can you not action that until IGI speaks to me? IGI writes back to me to say he had all the right administratively to do with the head of administration. Therefore, he is correct to do it. And then that's a correspondence I received from IGI, and I stopped it there.
Thank you very much, Minister. That clarity is very important because one would have assumed that the December 2020 report you are referring to is a crime intelligence report, whereas now the clarity you are providing is that it pertains to the divisional head and not the crime intelligence report. Now, can you clarify, when last did you receive a report from NICOC? with regards to crime intelligence, understanding that that report would have come to you not just alone, but yourself and together with the Ministers of Intelligence and Defense under the auspices of the Justice and Crime Prevention Cluster. When last did you receive that report from NICOC?
Madam, this is divisional crime intelligence. This is a crime intelligence I'm receiving from General Jacobs, who is heading the crime intelligence of the police. And then there will be several structures. One of these structures is ICC, that is Intelligence Coordinating Committee, where 3 entities that legislatively have the intelligence wing, they are coordinated. That is your defense, that's your state security, and the crime intelligence. And those will have extra departments where they will be coordinated in the NICOC level. NICOC are more departments, more DGs sitting there. And that will finally report to the net joints. Those are the government DGs looking at the government broadly rather than the intelligence matter. There is a body called JCPS. That is a Justice Crime Prevention cluster. That cluster is chaired by the Defense Minister and the Police Minister. Then NICOC reports, not on the individual minister, reports to that cluster. So Msimang, who heads that, will come and report on that one, on the NICOC, combined information of all intelligences, not one. But one from the police reports to the minister designated for the police. That one comes from the divisional head.
Minister, thank you very much, which is why it's important for us to make the distinction. There's a report you get internally as the police minister. There's a report you get from NICOC in accordance with the National Strategic Intelligence Act. Now the question I'm asking is, there are 2 reports. On the report from NICOC, when last did you receive, not just yourself, together with the ministers, Minister of Defense and Minister of Intelligence, when last did you receive a report from NICOC?
Well, I can't remember when, but to help on that one, even from NICOC, never received a report about July.
That's the clarity that's needed. So you don't remember when you last received the report from NICOC, but you also confirmed that you didn't receive a report from NICOC on the July unrest.
No, yes, I confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving down your affidavit, Minister. Just a quick follow-up before we move on. What did yourselves, together with the Minister of Intelligence as well as the Minister of Defense, do about the fact of not receiving any intelligence reports on the July unrest from NICOC?
Well, I don't think we did anything as collective, but NICOC, while it reports collectively, they've got their line function ministry. I'm sure they would have then account to that. Their function, I hope I'm very correct here, their function ministry will be the state security, because I guess they will report there as a line function ministry.
You are right, Minister, to say that they report to the line function, but they also, according to the National Strategic Intelligence Act, mandated to report to yourselves as the national intelligence structure. part of which JPCS or JCPS is. So again, the question is, as the justice and crime prevention system structure, yourself, the Minister of Intelligence, as well as the Minister of Defense, have you discussed this issue of not receiving a report from NICOC? And if you have you taken any steps to address this?
No, I don't remember us discussing that matter of not receiving but you remember, Mampembu, there's been a change there after the July, of which there's new Minister of Defense, and there is very late the new Minister of Intelligence Space in. So these things has been raised, especially by the Minister of in Presidency, of better coordination on these matters. And the question you are raising is that all structures reporting there, they must be encouraged and be seen that they report there all the time.
Now, I'm looking at Section 3 of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, and it reads that it stipulates the roles of the different departments under the structure, and it states that the role of SAPS, or it shall be the function of SAPS, to, amongst others, supply crime intelligence relating to national intelligence to NICOC. Are you aware if any crime intelligence has been supplied to NICOC by SAPS?
Yes, I would, but how much aware it would end when there was a head of crime intelligence, division of crime of intelligence, that those meetings will take place. I would assume now, without putting my head on the block, that still happens.
Okay, thanks, Minister. Moving on your affidavit, paragraph 19, you state, Minister, that, and I quote, it was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management and so forth. Can you inform the panel where it was reported or who reported? It states here that it was reported, but we haven't received the clarity of who it was that reported.
On that one, the document I gave says so, that of the products that were given. To me, it comes when the Matagata Mahomati saying it has, which means it would have reported by the crime intelligence of either to ICC or to NICOC. But that is what in the document, and the products that have been given as a report to basically most, it would be on the net joints, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you are right. One of those, you call them clients, was not joints. But Minister, perhaps just further clarity. Your affidavit is signed in November last year. And when you appeared for the first time during the first leg of the hearing, it was December the 3rd. You hadn't seen this report. So when you wrote this affidavit, you hadn't seen this report either. The question as it relates to you not seeing this report, and with reference to paragraph 19, you state, and perhaps let me read the whole paragraph for better clarity. You state that it was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management, including the minister, ahead of the unrest between 9 and 12 July. The office of the minister and or the minister himself, however, did not receive any such early warning intelligence from SAPS. You state this before you see this. The question is, who reported? Who is the entity or person you are making reference to who reported?
If you remember, that is a clash statement that I clashed with my colleagues in the Minister of State Security. We clashed exactly on that point, that he said he has reported that, including the minister. So there where our clash took place, I said no, it has not, and I still stand by that, she has not.
Okay, so the who here is the minister, the former Minister of Intelligence?
That's a person who said he has reported to me. That's a person I said I did not get any report from her. Later it was expanded that those reports were given to structures, unlike saying it was given to the minister. But the minister, I even explained how these reports are given to me. I receive these reports now very frequently. All these reports, Ma'am Mpemba, are signed. Once it's intelligence, I sign for them. If I'm not there, they are signed by my chief of staff. They are not just handed like a love letter. You really, there must be a track of them coming to me. So I even argued that show me the track of those reports if you say I've received them. I have not.
No, iyazwakala Ndosi. Now, moving down your affidavit, Minister, paragraph 29. You state, and I quote, the minister subsequently sent a letter to the National Commissioner on 22 July 2021 to explain why they so dismally failed to execute their legislative mandate, thus failing the country. Now, with reference to that, Minister, the first question would be, are you in a position to share with this hearing a copy of that letter that you had sent to the National Commissioner?
I think we have the letter in the office. And the letter, I don't think is confidential. It could have been confidential, but it was leaked. So after it has been sent, I think we can share that letter. Thanks.
Was a response received from the National Commissioner on this letter?
I'll check if there is a specific or the letter of Mahoboti comes as that response that you have now. Yeah.
Yes, that's where I was going, Minister, because I see you state here that the letter you wrote is on 22 July. And this letter, which is not a report, it's a correspondence to you to say that we've got annexures that can show these reports. Now, this letter makes reference to a letter or an email of 21 July, and I think maybe it's just a typo there on 21 and 22 July. So the assumption which needs your clarity is that this is a response to the letter you mentioned in paragraph 29.
That's exactly what I'll check. If it came from that response from the National Commissioner or that correspondence came as a response of the letter I wrote to the National Commissioner. But as you see, it's addressed to Cele and it's giving those products and giving the recipients of those products.
That would exactly be the kind of thing that would be helpful to clear up in a supplementary affidavit, perhaps.
We'll work on that.
Perhaps to assist you, Minister, would you remember if the letter you wrote to the National Commissioner on what you state is the 22nd of July in your affidavit, paragraph 29, if that letter was titled Unprofessional and Incapable Police? Would you remember that information?
How is it entitled?
Unprofessional and Incapable Police, Violence and Crime in South Africa.
No, I don't remember titling any correspondence between me and the commissioner with that title. I don't.
That's fine, Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, moving on. Paragraph 37 of your affidavit. You state that there was a lack of proper planning, coordination, and communication by SAPS top management and its structures, which prevented SAPS capacities on station and tactical level to warn, inform, and advise the relevant private security providers before and during the unrest, thus failing to utilize them as a prevention force multiplier. Now, we read paragraph 37 together with paragraph 35, where you make mention of the available resources in terms of force multipliers, such as the National Intervention Unit, the Special Task Force units, Public Order Policing units, and so forth. Now, Minister, this paragraph 37 suggests two things. The first is that capacity does exist, and it did exist within SAPS to address the issues that arose in July 2021 in the form of force multipliers. So that's the first implication of this paragraph. The second is that the failure by SAPS top management in their duties then caused the inadequacy of a response by the force multipliers. Can you confirm if this is correct reading of your paragraph?
No, it's not very correct. I'll restrict myself to what is here. There is something called TRT. In the township, they call them Mama Barrett. That is a technical response teams. There is something called NIU, that is a National Intervention Unit. There is something called a Special Task Force. Around there is something called CATS, Counter Unit Services. These, Chairperson, are top responsive units of the police when chips are down, especially NIU, CATS, and Special Task Force. TRT Amaparet, they are between low risk and the medium risk, and these other units, NIU will take over. When chips are down for NIU, Special Task Force, usually, and under normal policing, they are not utilized to deal with the masses. Are not. They don't come. Remember, I made a point somewhere to say Provincial Commissioner of KZN did what he was not even supposed to do, to send a special task force to Chesterville, Pavilion. Are not. By the way, that is one problem we're having today with Marikana. People that are supposed to be sent there, Chairperson, is POP, Public Order Policing. POP is so much inadequate. As Falam said, give us 12,000. We are 5,000 at the present moment. So, these units you see here, they are sent with the cash in transit, they are sent with bank robberies, they are sent with the kidnapping, they are sent with the car hijack and all those. To such an extent that most of the time, and then they're not even given rubber bullets. They are given the real stuff because they are not expected most of the time to negotiate where there is fire. Well, fortunately, they are given, the special task force, they are given skills of negotiating. If there is a chance of negotiate, they negotiate. But if you take them on, they take you on. So this does not make South African Police Service adequate in dealing with the crowd management for the fact that there are 5,000, they are centralized, they don't have enough equipment, they don't have enough personnel. So in your question of are they adequate, my answer is no.
No, thanks, thanks, Minister. That's quite clear. Now, moving down your affidavit to paragraph 54. You state, and I quote, those responsible for failing to share the intelligence reports must be held accountable as they breached, as they breached their statutory obligations and their actions possibly constitutes an intelligence failure as they failed to forewarn the minister and government appropriately. The question, Minister, is who is responsible? You say that they must be held accountable. Who is responsible for holding them accountable?
Well, there is an accounting officer.
Our understanding is that you include the accounting officer in these who are to be held accountable.
Well, I don't think it starts from there.
Please explain.
I don't think it starts from the accounting officer. There would be people that are below the accounting officer. But when I believe that accounting officer must account himself, it doesn't account to me, account to the president.
Minister, then there are two follow-up questions to your response. There's one that the accounting officer accounts to the president and not to you. And then, just for clarity, the accounting officer being the National Commissioner. And then there are those who account to the National Commissioner. Since July last year to date, has anyone been held accountable by the National Commissioner in accordance with paragraph 54?
I don't remember anyone being accountable.
What, according to your understanding, is your responsibility as the executive authority in the instance where the National Commissioner must hold those under him or her accountable, and to date you are not certain that someone has been held accountable, particularly in light of your conviction as per paragraph 54 that someone does need to be held accountable?
Yes, it's true that I would ask those questions to the National Commissioner, but I would not be able to force him to do as I see. He will still do according to the book. There are things that are standard operation orders that are issued by the National Commissioner. Most of the things, discipline and all that, are taken along those lines. They are not issued by the minister, are issued by the National Commissioner.
Have you, Minister, had a discussion with the National Commissioner on issues of discipline and accountability for those who are under him?
I think we have spoken about the July issue of Gauteng and KZN, specifically about discipline and all that. No, but during I did raise the point, Mampemba, that says in the middle of it, I did phone the National Commissioner about the rubber bullets that I was told are insufficient, and I was reported back that one of the police aeroplane has taken those things to KZN, and the people from here have collected. But we have spoken about the issues of POP, the training at the station and all. Yes, we have. Specifically about discipline, I don't remember, but about the aftermath of the July, yes.
Ngqongqoshe, you know, the reason that this question is important relates back to a question asked by, or a statement made by Advocate Jones, that systems and institutions don't fail overnight. They take time, years and decades to fail. We have a serious problem in South Africa of consequence management. Public officials in particular there's a culture of impunity that has been conditioned within the public service and other areas of life because of a lack of management of consequences. People act in ways that they are not supposed to act, and they are not held accountable. Which is why this question is important. In paragraph 54 that you mentioned, somebody does need to be held accountable. But the question is, who must do that, and has it been done? And if not, when will it be done? And until that is done, you come from KZN, Ngqongqoshe, uyazi uShaka wathi liyodliwa matshekeche. That is exactly what's going to happen if we do not take seriously the issue of consequence management. Now, I'm going to refer you, Minister, to the Act 68 of 95, the Police Act. As it pertains to, you mentioned the accountability of the National Commissioner, and you say that the National Commissioner doesn't account to the Minister but the President. Section 8 of the SAPS Act reads as such, subsection 1, and it speaks to a loss of confidence in the national and or provincial commissioner. If the National Commissioner has lost the confidence of Cabinet, the President may establish a board of inquiry consisting of a judge of the Supreme Court as chairperson and 2 other suitable persons to A, inquire into the circumstances that led to the loss of confidence, B, compile a report, and C, make recommendations. So this act clearly assists us in charting a way forward for dealing with such issues. And that section can be read together with the following section, section 9, which deals with misconduct and incapacity by a National Commissioner. You mentioned earlier that you have spoken to the President, because one would assume that the President wouldn't, on his own accord, act against the National Commissioner. The President and the Cabinet would be advised by the Minister. Can you take this hearing into confidence on the discussions you've had with the President with regards to your own views of or on the incapacity of the National Commissioner in dealing and responding to July unrest? And if so, how far in relation to Section 8, as I've read it, has a response been formulated by Cabinet or the President?
Absolutely not. I'm not going to take you inside my discussion with the President. Absolutely not. That remains privileged. discussions. But it's enough to say concerning the issues, it might be broader than this. I have written the letter to the president, and unfortunately that was leaked too. That letter was leaked to say the president has written the National Commission to explain. I'm sure you remember that was in the public domain, explain. But what I said and discussed with the president, I'm absolutely not going to take you in those discussions.
No, iyazwakala, Ngqongqoshe. Now, finally, from myself, I would be amiss if I didn't mention this. You mentioned earlier issues of gender-based violence. There are two issues that I want to mention here. One is an opportunity has been missed in our discussions and analysis of the July unrest. We haven't done a gender analysis that asks questions about how women have been particularly affected by the July unrest. And you will find that if we do place that focus on those questions, we will find that the different groups have been differently affected, in the same way that we can say those in the townships have been differently affected than those in the suburban areas. Those who are black have been differently affected than those who are different races. Similarly, those who are women would have been differently affected than those who are men. So that's the one issue that I thought we should raise, Minister, and perhaps as you go away from here and as you continue, you're thinking about what happened in July, you can also raise with your colleagues that it's important for us to put the cap or the lens that looks at the effect in terms of gender. Secondly, you mentioned issues of social conditioning and perhaps encouraging us to shift the lens from speaking to women and to speak to men about gender-based violence as a way for us to address this issue. It must be mentioned, Minister, that we cannot lose focus on our critiques of the justice system as a whole and their contributions to the perpetuation of gendered violence in the country, particularly the role of SAPS. You recently released stats that show, one, that only 10% of at least sexual offenses are reported. So when you mention the number of lifers for purposes of sexual offenses, we must remember that this is only based on 10% reported cases. Not just that, but it's also based on a conviction rate that is less than 10% of the 10%. That is the reality. Now the question is, why does this happen? And it does speak and agree to your own analysis that the reason is social conditioning. But why it needs to be taken back to SAPS as the responsible entity, not just SAPS, but the whole justice system, is because social conditioning is something that we can explain as learning. So you are conditioned as a child in the formative years. Boys and girls are taught the same thing. When boys and girls watch their fathers beat their mothers, their uncles rape, their neighbors do it, and there's no consequence management, they are conditioned and they learn that this is okay. One, the little girls grow up to learn that even when I am abused, I won't report because I grew up in an environment where it wasn't reported, and where it was, nothing was done about it by the police. The boys also grow up learning that I can do it and nothing will happen. Now those are the different levels of conditioning that happen. Even when they grow up and they do report, then you have the conviction rates that say that less than 10% of those who are reported. And this teaches women that then I shouldn't report if no convictions are going to come about from this reporting. Now, we also know, I think, Minister, it was yourself who reported in September 2021 that over 10,000 police officials are being investigated currently for being themselves directly responsible for crimes, gendered crimes. So even these police people are responsible. In Tembisa last week, we heard of a nurse who was shot by a police official who is an intimate partner of hers. So the police themselves are not safe, and we need to strengthen, Minister, the capacity of the police in responding to gender-based violence, while also agreeing that men need to be taught. But that conditioning is really a matter of teaching people. You condition people that there are consequences to what you do. You don't just talk to them, you show them through conviction. Thank you, Minister.
Do I comment on this one?
Of course, of course, of course.
Okay. Well, Commissioner, I'm not going to argue the numbers of reporting and not, but the 10% does not come from the police. That is 10%. It could be from some NGOs and all that. And I'm not going to challenge that number. They must have their research and all that. But I would live with an understanding that says there is under-reporting when it comes to these matters. That's the first point. The second point, arrested some of them for raping the people that are supposed to be protecting, who send the women back to their death to say, go back home and negotiate. And those women are killed there. Who make livestock of the women who would ask, is this the skirt you were wearing? With such comments. In the township where I come from some years ago, this woman ran to sleep at the police station. The police at night said, give me what you ran away with from home. We absolutely have nightmarish members of the South African police. What I didn't hear, you will take on, you did say it could be the justice chain going to prosecution, people giving this guy from, who has just been given 25 years for killing 3 and raping 3 women. So you see, you just get shocked. But what I didn't hear you taking up is a societal role that must be played on this matter. You know, a few weeks ago, I think it's still there, this lady, she looks beautiful, but you can't see her beauty. She's just round, Commissioner. And she says she made a call on Lamula and Ngqele to say, help me. I went to the police station, and the police station sent me out. I think that was Mamelodi East. She went to Silverton, they tell her to go. I immediately spoke to the provincial commissioner, assembled the team, gave the team to General Brigadier Zulu, who is the head of the FCS here, and that guy was arrested. I don't know why he would not be arrested before that intervention. But guess what? 3 days, this young woman, who happened later for me to understand that she works for correctional service, she phoned. She said, Minister, thanks, but I'm not staying home because I can't sleep. My mother is on my neck to withdraw the case against this guy. Now, we're not taking the role of society and a body called family. Half of these 11,000 people that were raped 3 months ago, exactly half, 50% of them were raped in their houses by the people they know, the fathers, the stepfathers, people that are supposed to protect, uncles, boyfriends and husbands, and even brothers raping sisters. My problem, if we are not working hard on that, to say to the society, rise and be part and be counted on this, is not going to work very much. Chairperson, we will blame and take action against the police that abuse a woman at the police station on the street. But we will never know that the father is raping the daughter. We'll never know. Who will know is a family. And the family will come together and say, don't report this as embarrassment to the family. The stepdaughter will be raped by the stepfather, and the mother will say, if he goes, who will buy me the bag? Who will buy me the Hermes bag or LV? Please keep quiet. Keep quiet. And these daughters, they suffer and die alone, even under what is supposed to be protection of the mother. So let's deal with the official bodies, police, prosecution, correctional service, and everybody. But let's all of us come to the society. I was telling Ngozi Uwolomisa, the deputy minister, to say the girl gets raped and then is taken under the tree to be tried by the chief. And you know what happens? They buy the goat. She's raped. They buy the goat to cleanse to cleanse the embarrassment or whatever. And can you kill the goat that was not even there to use the blood to protect a rapist? So I want to go back. I think I did it with my advocate here. When I was asked, what is your vision of policing? I think as I came as a national commissioner, I said, is when a young woman in the middle of the night walks alone from point A to point B without any fear of being assaulted or raped or injured by anybody, especially men. You know where I got that? I got it from Germany. I have said this in my initial. I got it from Germany. 2 o'clock, these 2 young women, they don't even know where they are. You can see that they are fine with themselves, wherever they are coming from. I asked them, why are you behaving? Are you not? They say, no. The responsibility here is for the society, especially for the men, that women are safe. So if we don't plant that to men, but also the women, the mothers, I'm saying this girl was messed up, Commissioner, but the mother is able to say, withdraw the case against it. The next thing, that young girl will be dead. And mother won't say that I was there, contribute to the matter of this. So there where I'm taking on. These structures bash us, hit us. But remember, it's a societal matter, and all of us must put shoulder on the wheel when it comes to that one. Thanks.
No, Minister, I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's take a Now let's take a comfort break. There will be a couple of questions, 2 questions from Commissioner Nissen, a few from me, then we'll be done. But let's take a 10 minutes. That'd be fine.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes until just after 1:15. We adjourn.
And only one area is mentioned when it comes to Phoenix, the role that they played there. But when we did our visit to the KZN just after the unrest, we found that in, for example, Nottingham Road, there's 4 people allegedly shot, and the police were not, South African Police Service were not involved, and it's alleged that security, the private security was involved there. And then also when we looked at Northdale, and again, Khan Road corner, that again security police, security companies were involved in the alleged killing of a young boy. And also in Greyton, when we went there, amongst others, that there was also one person injured by, we don't know fatally, but that was what we reported to. So the question is, Minister, how many of these incidents are there, whether you're aware of it, and if any of those who outside the Phoenix have been arrested, and how many and whether they have been arrested? So that's the first question, Minister.
Chairperson, thank you. As I've said to this panel and everybody, immediately this was raised, I called on CA Advocate Chauke to work on the matters. I know he's got people on the ground and all that. I must admit that my concentration was Verulam, Phoenix. But later, Premier did raise it, especially with Nottingham Road, Maritzburg, and all that. And it was taken to the CEO, Cyril, to broaden that question vis-a-vis the July unrest. That would be specific. But generally, the issue of the private security company is a mixed bag, Chairperson, General. 2 weeks ago, at Mbumbulu, you saw live the kidnapping or the hostage of a woman with 2 young ones by the thieves, that they ran all the way from Kato Ridge to have a hostage of a family that were just relaxing in Bumbul. The private security company played a very good, positive role there. Alerted the police, and were able to chase those 5 people. One was arrested there, that other one was arrested there, 2 more, I think 4 of them, with a collaboration. There are a good collaboration of security, private security, and the police, even on the equipment. I must say, with grudgingly, some private security companies got better equipment. I attended one roadblock. They had a night, what is this thing? Night drone. This is a private security company that they work with the police to look on those matters. But many of them have been closed down, private security companies, because of the thing that they do, especially in the taxi industry. And they are giving a lot of trouble. There is this theory that they go there to make money. They make their money out of violence. If peace comes, which means you don't have job. So there is suspicion that when peace comes, they start afresh to cause some trouble, so that they are called and they stay. There is a new law that has been signed by the president when it comes to we are re-looking at their contribution and their scope and all that. It has taken some time for it, but the president has signed it. We are looking at their scope. We are looking at what they can and they can't have. I went to one, I can't remember whether it's Eitzech, where they were cutting, I might not be very correct, where they were cutting the new establishment. As I came there, I asked why these houses are gutted by SANDF. It's not an SANDF, it's a private security company. They're in the SANDF uniform, even their trucks is the colors of the SANDF and all that. So they do need some standardization in both their appearance and action. But specifically these, I would ask the team that is dealing with to have looked at it, if they have to look at that one, Commissioner.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, in terms of a lot of things have been asked about budget and you know, don't you think that perhaps we also have to have a new view about the assets within the domain of SAPS? Because in our visit to SAPS stations, there's a lot of neglect of the stations, and in particularly the cells are in a very bad state. Some cells have to be closed, others have to move the detainees from one area at a great risk to somewhere else. And so we see a general neglect. It's either it's a lack of leadership at the station, because this is where that leadership should be demonstrated, but your assets are being eroded through the neglect. Things that can be fixed can be easily fixed, but we see even with follow-up visits, then we find that that's the issue.
You know, if all of us in these SAPS can do our work accordingly and diligently, life can be much better. They will ask why you say the thing, why you don't make things happen. We've got top 30 of stations that lead in crime in the Republic of South Africa. All the years, there is just one station that has moved out of that, at least to 15 Nyanga. But all the years, all the quotas, Mlazi, Inanda, Lusigisigi is there. You can start, they've been joined by Leseslar now, Marisburg, and Dohweando. That will be your top 5 when it comes to these matters of murder and the abuse of women, including rape. So we are similar to understand that. Why would we not kick the dust, all of us, management, ministry, to say you can't be staying in this top 5 and this top 30? Move out. If it's not the station moving out of top 30 or to a person who's leading the station must move out. The question asked, what are consequential management? Is exactly what you are saying. I went to Nyanga. There is a Brigadier Ngiti there. Nyanga has been one all the time, you know that. They moved to 15 now. As I went to early this year in the Mbizo there, people they asked me, where did you get this commissioner? Where you have been keeping this commissioner? And Nyanga has moved from 1 to 15, which means somebody is doing the job. So last budget year, for the first time, we gave stations a budget, those top 30 and those that have a high level of women abuse. We gave them 100 million, not each. Those that are high, we gave them 10. Those others, we gave them 4. But we gave them 100 million to stations. At station me, don't have a problem of asking and writings of me. There is one station in Eastern Cape, they've used 0 budget. We gave them 6 million. They've used 0 budget in that budget. And that budget is coming back, that 100 million. So that accountability, somebody must be saying, show me what are you doing with this money that is giving to you to get out of top 30, to get out of top 10. But it's money that is getting out, just not using. That money also, Mampemb, is money for training them to be training these officers that should be better skilled and better understanding when it comes to the women issues. Some of that money not used. So it's a question of consequences, and the question of late, we have developed a form. I'm sure you can see it. We have developed a form. We are moving policing from national. We are moving as a policing from a district, from a province. We are putting it on the station level. Station commanders must answer. Station commanders must answer. How many police were off duty? Why they didn't go? How many people died here? Who are they? How they died? Those should be the daily answers from the station commanders, rather than coming on that day and ask the province on those matters. So we are developing the form. It's developed now, where it will be filled every day by the station commanders, by the structure and what happened at your station, which will give us a better picture whether this station is going up, and somebody must immediately ask you, the whole of this week, people are dying here in the station, where are you? Why are they dying? The whole of this week, women are raped. The whole of this week, women are complaining that when they come to this police station, they're chased away. So that will help us, because policing is not in Pretoria. Policing is at Khayelitsha, is in Site C and Site B in Khayelitsha. Policing is at Deep Slot. Policing is in Umlazi, Section A. So it's important that we really move down to the police station to look at the better policing.
Thank you, Minister. Just lastly, it is part of this hearing is also looking at social cohesion. And I think that part of that social cohesion should also include to build trust and confidence in SAPS, and to try and deal with that trust deficit that exists between the community, not all communities, but some communities, or not all the community itself, but some members of the community. And it will also help in your views about society taking responsibility. It's indeed something that we would have to look at, but so I just want to comment on that. Thanks.
That is a must, Mfundisi. I said we're 60 million. If 30 million of us are police officers and 30 million is not cooperating with the police, it won't work. It won't work. So the building of the bridges, the panel of aspects is one thing that they've really put top there, to say there was no, police are not embedded, are not part of the communities. So it was raised this time, this side of the CPFs. Even if they're not their only structures, find other structures. Though, for instance, we have created what is a rural policing, where the police in that particular area, they work with the chief. I think we launched it in. That is, we launched it in Eastern Cape, and then the feedback sounds to be okay. To say the chief gets reports from the police, he sees them moving up, the chief can hear from them and all that without giving them instruction, but understanding what's an issue there. So there are quite several structures that can be established. Somebody was saying the police, they come to school and they sign the receipt that they've been in that particular school, and the kids, they know who to phone if there is a problem. They don't just phone the police station, they phone police so and so. That kind of rapport of understanding, we just need to really come back and put a lot of effort, even resources, in the relationship of policing and the communities.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen. Thank you, Minister. Just a few from me, and then you would be free to go. The confidential information note you handed up is referring to a number of products that were developed. And then it also indicates who the clients here are. So I would suppose that these structures and the members of these structures would, have had access then to these products. So one is the Crime Intelligence Senior Management, National and Provincial, the SAPS Senior Management, National and Provincial, the National Core Command Group, the National Operational Command Center, Provincial Operational Command Center, National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, that's NAT-Joints, National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, NICOC, and you are a member of some of these structures. So how is it then that that you did not have insight in these products?
Remember, I'm part of it. Which structure?
Well, what is inter alia mentioned here is NICOC and NAT-Joints.
I'm not a member of NICOC. NICOC reports to our committee,
I see.
which is a JCPS cluster. But there are no ministers sitting on those structures. Those are structures for officials.
Okay. So out of this, at least one can see that it appears that the National Police Commissioner had access to these products. Because what is included here under the clients is the SAPS Senior Management, which would include him. Correct?
Well, he's also the chair of the NAT-Joints. I guess there is NAT-Joints there.
That's right.
He's also the chair of the NAT-Joints.
Okay.
Because NAT-Joints is a structure of the JCPS. So
I see.
it is co-chaired by SNDF chief and the police, as the political part of it is chaired by myself and the Minister of Defense.
I see. Now, point 4 here, or paragraph 4 of this letter, refer to the portfolio of evidence, the portfolio of evidence of these products, which now indicate to us, for example, the official taskings, there were 14, the early warnings, 575, etc. So the question really is whether this portfolio of evidence, which is, according to this, available, could also be made available to the Commission on a confidential basis. The reason for that would be that we would obviously like to see what intelligence was indeed available, because there are one of two options. One is that there was this intelligence available and not acted upon, or the intelligence wasn't of a nature that one would have really, acted upon it. It was not really important intelligence, and that is something that we would like to apply our minds to. So, would it be possible to make that available to us on a confidential basis, as we have taken this document on board, or do you want to reflect on that and come back to us?
Well, I was happy to get that document without those portfolios. You are sending me back to get the portfolios. I'm not saying no.
Yeah.
But if it becomes difficult, it will be. But I'm not saying no. Efforts will be made.
Okay. So I think we will then be in touch with you on that point. Second thing I wanted to know is, are you aware now, even ex post facto, in other words, even if that information has in the meantime come to your knowledge, whether the SSA, the State Security Agency, whether there was an early warning of some nature, early warning report, or in whatever form it came, made available from SSA's side or not?
Well, in the redefining the statement made by the minister that time, to say is giving the information to the police, including the minister. I think she did refine it to say that information was given to structures. Some of those structures would be those structures. So I would say, yes, some structures would have received that information.
Yes, it is not that clear, but it appears now that she might have referred to the crime intelligence products and not necessarily to SSA information, pre-warning information.
Well, crime intelligence info is not hers. So she will refer to hers, which is SSA information. But not necessarily that she doesn't have the access to it through ICC and NECOC. But definitely what we'll refer to, as I'm saying, if I receive, of which I do, I received the, I think Friday or Thursday, I received the other one about some issues. I sign. If I'm not there, my chief of staff signs for that, and that comes from her environment then. She's got other environment now. Her environment then. She would not give me the information of crime intelligence. Crime intelligence will come from the divisional or the national commissioner.
But I mean, you're not aware of SSA crime, SSA intelligence pre-warning information that was available prior to the unrest?
Personally, I don't. But as she has made the statement that she has given the product to structures, I'm sure maybe those structures. I think one structure mentioned was net joints. So which structures? What was the content on that? The intelligence, especially from SSA, their intelligence ones goes on colors. There is yellow, there is red. I remember red is when things are almost there. So he will explain that I gave them yellow, I gave them red. The one I received 2 days ago was red. So I would understand on that one. And those that are deciphering and working on it, they will understand what level they're supposed to push once it is yellow or is red.
But I mean, if there was SSA information prior to the unrest, pre-warning information available to her as the Minister of Intelligence at the time, wouldn't she pick up the telephone and call her colleague, the Minister of Police, and say, look, we have red information here that is quite problematic, the police might be needed here, I just want to inform you about it straight up, straight away?
Well, I don't think that anybody will be charged for any crime for doing that. But I have explained here the methodologies that I use on this one. One major thing, you need to sign for it, or your chief of staff needs to sign for it. You can't just pick it up and it doesn't go. So for me, that would be the issue of receiving and signing for it. But telephonically, no, I did not receive that one.
But what we do know is it is clear that there was no action taken by the police based on intelligence of a pre-warning received before the unrest from a state agency. So based on state intelligence of whatever nature, whether it was SSA or crime intelligence, based on that, there was no action taken. It was intelligence that, or information that you got through, as you put it, your own resources, that made you act.
And the build-up of things you saw, that something untoward is coming, you need to work on it. But again, it would be presumptuous of me to say there is no intelligence before that received. What I would say is that not received by me.
Okay, but the action from the police came after you received information from your own resources pertaining to social media issues, as we mentioned before, and then the action came and you took the lead in that action. Is that correct?
I think the action and the calls made were relative to what you saw. I'm sure many of us, especially those maybe in politics and those that are in the security establishment, we knew that the decision of the Concord to send former president is not going to come easy. You knew without knowing what is going to happen. And the judge says he must come on this day. Can't remember the day that was supposed to come. Then there is a meeting on the 4th at the gate of the home. Is the name of the house is Gauteng in Ghana. So there's meeting there. There are speakers. That's you love as a minister. You would love to see, because you can see these clouds gathering. Provinces are beginning to move there. Early, I can't remember, I went there. The MKVA, they asked 1 or 2 questions. So you know that there is that one is even long before the decision of the court. So you are not going to say that clouds are gathering, but there's not going to be rain or thunder here. Prepare for that. If it doesn't rain, that's fine. Then comes the 4th. I'm told that don't go there. Don't go there. Provincial Commissioner does go there. We correspond, one person that corresponded, at one time, Commissioner, I nearly lost it. When I said to the Provincial Commissioner on the ground, you block everybody, nobody goes there, if they are not taking it up. And I told the President that, President, maybe Commissioner, the President said, it's blocking nobody. There should be no confrontation there. There should be no, at all costs. That's what the President said to me. And then we speak to say, take things easy and all that. And then there is a shooting there, the gunfires, a lot of it. And there are people carrying big guns there. And you realize that if it happens that the former president doesn't go there and needs to be arrested, expect more trouble. And you don't take it from the social media, that one. It's pronounced. There are people saying that when he's arrested, I'll be dead. They'll have to jump on me, dead. Everybody, the groups and people saying, not with us alive. So that tells you. Then comes the 7th, was the last day for us, according to the judge, to arrest. Failing which, judge has made it clear that if he doesn't go there, we go there. National Commission, myself. And I wasn't going to go to prison. I stayed enough there, so I was fine staying in prison. I don't want to go back there. So we put mechanisms on that day of persuading and doing everything. But those mechanisms must go with what happens if they fail. Hence, there was a team of police that were based in Ishowe. If all fails, they had to act, that team. And then, thanks God, I phoned President at 11 when about 2, the Msholozi had agreed that is going to go. At 11, he hasn't moved. I've spoken to his relatives, some people to send to him to go and speak to him. He hasn't moved at 11. I said, but President, which means we'll have to send the police. President said, how much time we have? I said, an hour. He said, it's a lot of time. The President said, it's a lot of time. You go into your work. And this is 11. 20 past 11, the convoy gets out to go to Correctional Service MGs. I was sitting there. I got in bed exactly 22:04 that morning. As this entered the Correctional Service, I said, mission accomplished. So, a day later, you go to thank those police there. And now, the trouble is no more a theory, it's practice now. Truck drivers, and many things have started with truck drivers, and they stopped and all that. The road is blocked. And I say to the Deputy National Commissioner who was there, please, looks like we are going to need these police and more. Now it's practical. I guess from the 4th, we should have made a build-up. Going to the 7th, going to the 9th, because this blockade was the 9th. I hear people saying things started 10th. Started 9th at Mbangeni. There were things really started. By then, we should have had a proper build-up, of which one had made a call. I made a call with Masimula and the National Commissioner to say, I guess we can't move forces from Gauteng, but from other provinces we can move forces. So it didn't need intelligence to see that trouble was coming, but it was coming, and it did come.
Let's leave that there. Just two more from my side. The one is, it appears that your view is that there were people who wanted to use the arrest of former President Zuma to achieve an insurrection, coup d'etat, whatever it might have been. So now there have been a couple of people that were arrested, 19 minus 2 who cases have been withdrawn and so on. Now, according to what you know, and also the information you got from your other sources and so on, are these all the people involved, or are there others that were also involved? And coupled with that, do you know who is actually behind this attempted insurrection, as you call it?
I want to say, do I know who's going to be arrested? The minister can't sit here and tell who is going to be arrested. What I know for sure, investigations are going on.
But I mean, are you happy that those who should be behind bars or should have been arrested were arrested, or is it your view that those who are really behind all of this are still at large, to put it that way? I'm asking a general question. I'm not asking.
Told that police, they expect to arrest more people on the matter of July unrest.
Thank you very much. Last question is the just a quick one on the CPFs. And then bad news, Commissioner Ntuli also wants to do a follow-up, which is good. The CPFs, it's quite clear according to your own version that the CPFs are not really functioning all across the country optimally and to the best of their ability. So is it not your view, given that we have seen this cooperation between the police and communities in certain instances, that if we really had functional CPFs that operated optimally, that a lot of this could have been, maybe the unrest could have been prevented, because as we know, information also comes from communities to the police, or quelled better and sooner and quicker. So in a sense, therefore, isn't CPFs, well-functioning CPFs, really something that would put us in a position to prevent these kinds of things and to quell it quicker.
The funny part of it is that, as I'm told, out of 1,154 police stations in the country, only one doesn't have the CPF. Only one. Now, is what kind of CPFs they have? That's a question. You see, there is a province here that is systematically killing CPFs and putting their own structures. Systematically. And they, even if they have resources, they don't put those resources. They pull those resources to alternative structures. But we are told in some areas are fully consumed and fully hijacked by criminal elements. These structures, where the people that are sent to listen who's saying what about what and all that kind of stuff. Some of them infiltrated, some of them literally led by this criminal element. So it will have to be a long walk to revival of this station. The question was asked, is this strategy of crime prevention, is it for the police? The answer is simply no. It's across the board. That's why the President says, go back with this document and don't bring it being the South African Police Service document. Bring it being the government document with more departments. Lead it, that's fine, but make it the government and all that. Because everybody will have to be on board on it and guard it jealously. That is not a good one, and then is hijacked and begins to work for the shady elements that you do not know. But fourthly, they will have to also understand their job. Some of them, I hear people saying one interferes. Some of them, they really interfere. They go to the police station and they sit at the corner, said, what are you doing, station commander? What are you doing? Literally, go there. For them to be taken on board, to understand their role as a link between community and the policy. I guess at a certain given time, one will have to recommend that they are resourced better. Resourced better, and also taken out of the claws of the police. For instance, they will forever complain to say when they're supposed to have the meeting of the CPF, police are supposed to collect them or take them home, and police will say we don't have van. Anyway, police are not going to encourage the structure that is make oversight on them. So some, they say they'll collect them coming, and as they're supposed to go home, say there is no van, and they see how to go. So discouraging those people not to come again. So there are things that we need. But the bottom line, the CPF and any other relevant community structures, for instance, community safety structures, besides CPFs, there are community safety structures. Community safety structures, Commissioner, is where more structures they come rather than CPF. CPF becomes part of it, the churches, the NGOs, the NPA, if it is at level, the correctional service. So that forms a community safety structure, which is broader, is a broader umbrella than the CPF per se, because CPF is more on the police matters. Community safety structures is more on the community issues, including crime. So those are structures that are encouraged.
Just one last question, Ndosi Esalile. This information note that you shared with us, was stamped by the ministry on the 23rd of September. You wrote your affidavit on the 11th, the 11th month, which is November, and then you appeared before the hearing in December. And by then, you hadn't seen any of these reports. This suggests to us that it was sitting in the ministry and not shared with your office. Now that you have found out that this report was transmitted to the ministry by September 23, and this goes back to the question of consequence management, has anyone been held accountable in the ministry for receiving this document and not just walking across to your office to put it in the bundle of incoming submissions?
No, nobody has been put on that. So I was discussing it with the advisor to go and look at the document. Then we'll have to deal with that in the ministry side. But nonetheless, that document came long after July issues. So it could not then be a document that has informed the minister to be alert and aware. It is compiled September, I think it's September, it's not November, September, long after July. But as you talk with consequential management, it will be good to find out where did it stuck when it was stamped on that particular day.
No, you are right, Minister. This doesn't suggest that you received the intelligence reports in July. Because you see, when you have a culture, then the culture is everywhere. So there's the issue of you not receiving the reports in July, but then there's also, because culture then permeates throughout the institution and institutions, then there's also, even within the ministry, someone who receives it and doesn't transmit it to you. So when we speak about consequence management, we must look everywhere. The ministry, the department, the crime division, and all other structures of the so-called intelligence structures, to say who is responsible, why did they not do it, and what kind of consequences do they need to meet in order for us to send the message. Thanks, Minister.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Minister. We really appreciate the fact that you've made yourself available for a second day.
Yes. A little bit. Maybe rather than putting us on the corner, why don't you write the National Commissioner and ask for disclassification of these documents, and you get them?
Yeah, we'll do that. I think
Of
we'll do that.
these portfolio documents
Evidence
of
team,
portfolio.
please, let's make sure that we get that letter off as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again. You are excused, Minister, and you can catch your flight. I understand
Permanently, I hope.
budgetary matters in Cape Town to attend to. And let's just make sure that we do follow up on the few matters we've agreed upon. Thanks so much. We are definitely now adjourned for the day. We adjourned.